Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
What's that?
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one here that will show the proof. I am the one here that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one here that will show the proof. Become the one here that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their minds. Become an agent of the Logos. Become an agent of the Logos. We are the agents of the Logos.
And we are live. Welcome, everyone. It's a Trivium night, but I think Kevin's back in a bit. But yeah, we're going to be going over, call it logic, but call it advanced simple thinking, advanced simplicity. We're going over a thing that's a thing, but only if you make it a thing. Trying to simplify it. This is a concept within logic. When you start a thought process, sometimes you end up wrapping yourself up in knots. We've gone through the Trivium, starting with the grammar and the definitions and terms, and how they're defined, how words are made up, and the structure of words. Then comes putting those words together in a logical form so you can have an understanding. And once you do that, it becomes apparent that within the logic there are what we call fallacies. Right now, these fallacies are built up upon false premises, or it can be built up of many different things. A badly structured logic, malformed premises, just a complete misunderstanding, or some sort of fallacious reasoning with there's no things. Right now, to give you a brief outline, I mean, that's for most people that are in here now as well, all talking about this. This is a conversation that we were having about the trolls, because I don't know if you've watched any of it on Friday, I think, and also on Monday, Model Affliction Monday. It was a bit full on, and we feel sort of feel either guilty because people are saying such stupid things, but we come to a realization that there are trolls around, and these people that come round here are saying such ridiculous stuff in defense of a model. It's almost like they're trolling. They're doing it for fun, because nobody can be seriously saying those sort of things. It just goes beyond reasoning. And we have had Ruhif round as well, again doing some really silly things and saying some silly things. So we were talking about how these trolls act, and the purpose of the trolls, and how you interact with trolls. And but me and Buster, this was, well, I think it's been in the air for a bit about a troll and their position on a bridge along with your travels, because you're the one on a journey. That journey for you, you're trying to make it as straight a path as possible, but there are obviously obstacles in the way, of which a troll would be one of them, and they're on a bridge. But the greater meaning of the bridge it becomes apparent when we were discussing the troll and the bridge and the connection to the bridge, and how people that we're talking to at the minute seem to come to fallacious reasoning, and they've got a fallacy, right? We're talking about the paralogisms that was from Aristotle has wrote those. We'll come to those. We were coming to those within the logic and the fallacies of the organon. But we will get to that in a little bit. This was the sort of a journey that we were on. We were trying to get to somewhere, and obviously the trolls come and they try and stop you, but you come to the realization that there's a few different ways these trolls can affect you, and sometimes you make the troll. So we've been having this discussion at the minute through Kevin and Raven. Journey through logic, through understanding words to lead to where we are now, and the trolls are in the way. But when you realize that there's a process that we go through is the Elenchus. Now, everybody here who comes into this server will probably have to face it at some point, where you end up getting questioned upon some sort of claim you've made. And if you've got a good claim and it stands up, then you can stand up to the questioning. If you don't, you can't. And you end up at that place of aporia. That aporia is a state that you end up in when you have a faulty reasoning. Normally, what we call a paralogism. When questioned, there's no foundation to where you came from. You can't look back on the reasoning that's led you to that conclusion. And that leaves you in a state of aporia. Aporia is the pathless path. That path is where a troll ends up at. A troll can't come with you on the journey. You leave them behind. They then block the road for other people. They don't want people to go on that same path that you've gone on. Now, there came a link through all of that to what is known as the Bridge of Asses, which is what we want to go over tonight. Because it's very geometric, but the understanding of the Bridge of Asses goes beyond just the geometric term. So, the Bridge of Asses is what we're going to talk about tonight. I don't know if is Kevin, are you back? Maybe not. I think he might still be busy. So, that's the backstory. So, thanks, Buster. One conversation that we had one morning about strange behaviour that people are exhibiting about very simple concepts. So hopefully we can teach a little bit of logic, a little bit of conversational piece, and a bit of geometries in it. It'll probably flow over till tomorrow for the actual geometry, but tonight is the understanding to build into the fallacies of how a problem is solved, and how a problem can seem a lot greater at first than it does at other points. And hopefully this is a way to see that sometimes there is no problem other than the one that's created by earlier paralogisms that people hold. This is the sort of stuff that interests me because it keeps me active, keeps my brain active, and it's leading us on the path. Logos has led us here, and this is the journey that we're on. This is the new one. Right. So this comes on the back of it was Friday. We were talking to I can't remember who was Friday.
It was Alpha, I think.
Oh fuck.
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, it was, wasn't it? And he had this shorter than a straight line, right? So we,
Yeah.
yeah, that, I mean, I don't know why he brought that back, but I mean, we were saying, me and Buster was like, what are they doing? Why even bring that up and then exhibit to the everybody that you think it might be possible and it needs testing, that there may be a shorter distance than the shortest distance between 2 points.
It's baffling.
And obviously we came to the conclusion, right? They can only be trolls. Whether they're trolling themselves or whether they're trolling everybody else and they think that we're just stupid. Maybe they think the Globers are stupid as well and they have to accept it. But, I mean, either way, it doesn't really matter. It's fucking ridiculous. And then it comes about, we link it to, because I think Buster said, he said one thing, he said, I've always had a thing about trolls and bridges. And I said, you know, in Euclid, there's a thing they call the Bridge of Asses. And it's called the Bridge of Asses because, so-called, it's a stumbling block that certain people just can't get over. They can't wrap their heads around it. And when they can't do that, that signified their end of the journey within geometry. Right? Your brain just wasn't capable of understanding this concept of equal angles at the base of an isosceles. I mean, it may sound tremendous that somebody could do that. I don't know. But it's obvious that they call it the Bridge of Asses. So, let me see if I can get these things up. When you go searching for the Bridge of Asses, here we go. Right. Discord. I don't know. Anytime you want to jump back in, Kev, if I'm going the wrong way, let us know. I'm just doing this off the top of my head. It's like a Saturday afternoon. That one, I think. And sort. Ooh. Okay. Shift that over there. Can you guys see that in Discord? Yep. Right.
Yes.
Okie dokie. Bridge of Asses. Or Pons Asinorum. It's got a Latin. I like things when they've got a Latin name. It means it's definitely old, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, that's a surefire way of saying it's definitely real. Pons Asinorum, right? Latin for Bridge of Asses, is a term used to refer to a problem that severely tests the ability of an inexperienced person and therefore separates the serious and dedicated students from the asses. It is said that students are as reluctant to tackle these problems as donkeys, asses are to cross over a bridge.
That one there, that last sentence is amazingly spot on to the people who come here. Most of the people who come here, sorry.
Yeah. Well, this is one of the best things that I think I've ever seen, because if you look and try and Google the Bridge of Asses, it will always take you to Euclid, right? Which doesn't explain what the Bridge of Asses is at all. The Bridge of Asses is a term used to refer to a problem, just a problem, that severely tests the ability of an inexperienced person. Now, bear in mind what we've been dealing with here is a process called elenchus. And that elenchus is simply questioning people. And some of the questions severely test the ability of an inexperienced person, especially within the arguments that we're talking about within geometry. They're not experienced in it at all. Most people aren't. So you could refer to the Bridge of Asses as a problem, a challenging problem. Should be welcomed. Because it says, once a student is experienced in his field, however, the problem appears relatively simple. The term can be used to refer to a problem that is a stumbling block in any field, or to a problem whose solution seems pointless. Aren't we dealing with things like that all the time?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just came back. Sorry, guys. Sorry, I'm late. I'm glad you're going through this. I just caught the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, I just gave everybody the run into how we came about this. So you're not like that far behind, you know.
No, it's perfect. And what I will say is, when we were talking about what to do this week, I thought we might start getting into fallacies, but this has to come first.
Mm-hmm.
And so for anybody that doesn't understand a donkey's relation to a bridge, donkeys are notorious for not wanting to cross a body of water, even if it's a bridge. So you might start to get them on the path of a bridge, but they'll stop. And you can try anything you want, try to get them to cross it, but you won't. I think there was I think I remember it was one of the World War II movies. I think it had George C. Scott in it. I think it was Patton. And there was a scene where the U.S. Army is trying to cross a bridge in Italy, and there was a donkey on the bridge. They couldn't get it to move. Totally couldn't get it to move. They had to shoot it. They had to shoot it and flip it over the side with a cart. That's pretty much what you have to do, right? To these donkeys, they just won't. They won't move. They become paralyzed, which is what we see. Sorry, Saragaki, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but I just came back and I'm like, yes, we're going over the Bridge of Asses. Perfect.
No, it's fine. I was gonna say in a much less dense way that is what we deal with. Yeah, try and lay down an argument very logically to these people, and they cannot tackle it. They will be paralyzed, caught in the headlights. I don't know how to explain it better than what you just did. So yeah, welcome back.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, you think it would be easy, right? Just all you're doing is crossing a bridge. It's no different. You know, if you're like talking to if you could talk to the donkey, you'd be like, you were just walking on the path. It's no different. It's no different at all. For some reason, they know and they stop totally paralyzed. It's amazing.
Yeah.
So that's what we have to bear in mind. That the Bridge of Asses, no matter how you term it, is just a problem that either seems hard or there's no point in doing it. For whatever reason, certain people don't want to tackle certain problems. I mean, there's no problem in that. And like most of these things say, it's somebody's release from geometry. They don't need to think about it anymore. It was then left to the people that did understand it. Perhaps they didn't even see a problem there in the first place. And then, so I'll have to read that again, because I think it is very apparent to what we do. It says the bridge of asses, pons ascenorium, is a term used to refer to a problem that severely tests the ability of an inexperienced person, and therefore separates the serious and dedicated students from the asses. It is said that students are as reluctant to tackle these problems as donkeys, asses, are to cross over a bridge. Once a student is experienced in his field, however, the problem appears relatively simple. The term can be used to refer to a problem that is a stumbling block in any field, or to a problem whose solution seems pointless. Now, if it seems pointless, that may be it's a stumbling block, right? Because you may not see the point in it. And that can be a reason for nobody to tackle the problem, or you could just not be able to do it. And it's difficult to see whether which of these two things is going on.
A little segue, try and keep me on track here, but sometimes you talk to people and you're like going through the Socratic method, the Elenchus, asking questions and establishing foundational points. And the people you're talking to may spot the bridge of asses coming up, up ahead. And, just by the mere sight of it coming up in the future, they paralyzed there right then and there. And I just wanted to draw an example from yesterday when you can have 2 points, the shortest distance between those two being a straight line, and then you can use that straight line as a radius to draw a circle. And at that point already, the bridge of asses is already spotted, but the person yesterday was caught in the headlight, paralyzed at just the idea of using a straight line as a radius to draw a circle. I just wanted to put that in there. It's a little bit before you get into the actual problem.
Yeah, I'm going to go over that tomorrow, right? Euclid night. The actual geometric sort of thing of it. I just want to lay the groundwork for that, right? Because obviously it's a few steps, and if there are still any surveyors out there, globe surveyors, anybody wants to come and possibly be challenged by a bridge of asses that we've devised, then feel free to come tomorrow. Today we are just laying out this complicated problem to the inexperienced person concept. And yeah, we've devised a thing involving a straight line, diameter, radius, sort of simple geometric thing that anybody can get a hold of. Anybody wants to come and have a look at it, see whether it's a bridge or not. That's what we're laying out tonight. But we're laying out the concept of the this Elenchus process. I can't wait. It's brilliant. Go on.
This perfectly analogizes the difference between understanding and knowledge. To me, because you can have an understanding of something, whether it's right or wrong, but that experience of experiencing what you think you understand about something in reality then when you go back to the problem again and you have the experience, then to test to see if your understanding is correct and it all works out, then you have a knowledge. So the bridge of acids won't be a problem anymore. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's not
So,
a bridge to most people. Well, I don't know
okay.
most people. I haven't got a clue.
Well, okay, so like
Yeah.
take the Euclid, the first 10 books. It's conceptual. It's 2D. It's you're working the problems on paper. You're grasping the correct understanding of how geometry works. But then you go to book 11 and it's 3D in reality. It's why the 3, 4, 5. Making a right triangle works in reality because of having the right concepts in place. So somebody that has misconception.
Oh.
They have a misunderstanding, i.e., hump drop.
Yeah. There's the paralogism. Somebody's placed it there.
Right.
And this problem we've come up with is part of the elenchus. It puts you through that process and it can leave you in a state of aporia. Right? That's what the beauty of this whole thing that we've discovered is. And I think the Bridge of Asses depicts a lot of things, right? Because this will be a stumbling block for a lot of trolls. I'm pretty sure that trolls are already there because of this argument. Most of them have seen it and gone, disappeared. Jesse Kozlowski, the guy from Maine. Even George has attempted his thing. Larry Scott telling my son triangles have more than 180 degrees. It's ridiculous, the sort of the lengths these people have to go to. It's all because of this Bridge of Asses.
And as we found out already this week, right? Straight lines and circles don't exist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They can't exist because of the Bridge of Asses.
It can't be known.
Mm-hmm.
I have got a recording of some of the most unbelievable stuff come from Ruhif. One of the Wolfpack, but he's a lower member. He's not that important. Which has sort of led to this. The Logos has led us to an understanding. I'm thinking it goes into the rhetoric, right? I always said I am never any good with words. I was never any good with talking. I was always like a shy individual. But I've been taught how to communicate because I have to defend myself and defend what we do. Defend the Logos. And we're here now, right? Now with the knowledge of logic and how to structure an argument. So that's what logic is. How to communicate an argument or go on.
I think that's where the idea of formal logic comes in. It's how you form your words properly, how you form them into proper sentences, and how to have it make sense. Formally, form, shape, form.
Yeah. Yeah, we were going over all that sort of stuff as well. Was there anywhere else we wanted to go with this, Kev? Because I don't really want to jump into the geometry part of the
No, we don't
bridge of
need to.
asses yet. I just want to.
No, we don't. Yeah,
Yeah.
we don't need to. I think what Saragaki just said though is true, and I think we had talked. There's more to this, right? I think um, you had also put in a let's see, it was in the Trivium. You had put a link out to it on Logic. Maybe it was that link that was Logic in that other link that you had for Bridge of Asses.
Yes, it was
Logic.
the second paragraph.
Yeah, the second paragraph under the Logic piece. Yeah, yeah.
It explains perfectly how it works, because I was asked yesterday about syllogism and middle term. So this is about finding proper middle term in argumentation. So because this middle term, this is bridge between first premise and conclusion. So if you cannot find middle term, or
There's no
if
link.
there is no link, yes, you are
Yes.
jumping to conclusion, and
Right.
this is fallacy. So you have to find something in the middle, which links from one side first premise plus middle term, and from second side is middle term and conclusion. So
Yeah,
there
yeah,
is the
this is-
bridge, full
this-
bridge.
This is where the confusion can start to occur within the term bridge of asses, because it's referred to Euclid as well, and that's a sort of bridge shape. This is a middle term within a structure of either side, right? It's how they term the bridge, but how you cross the bridge, I would say, right, is how you get from one side of this problem to the other side. That can be structured however you want to do it, right? It's up to the mind to do that. But I know there's a few different ways they say, but if you look anywhere for the understanding of the bridge of asses, this is the only place that says it's used to refer to a term or a problem. It normally you will just get either that structural thing, or you'll get shown the Euclid proposition 5, you know, as an explanation for it, which I don't think really explains what we want to be talking about, is the fact that it's a problem that severely tests people. And I think logic is the reason for logic is the reasoning that you need to sort these problems, right? It's the
Yes,
difference
correct.
for these type of problems.
Yes, but the syllogism is in other words, it is a proof. And proof gives you knowledge. You understand why something happens, even in geometry or whatever logic you pick. So you need three terms: premise one, middle term, and conclusion. And to link this, you need this bridge to understand why it happens, or how it is linked one with another. So you need three. Sometimes people don't accept this middle term. For example, a perfect example is Bebe with his refutation of vertical and horizontal being perpendicular. He is refusing to accept this as middle term. He called it illicit minor, because if he would accept this, he has to agree with all syllogism and all proof what was presented here and on Bob's channel. So that's why he was refuting middle term, this verticals and horizontal being perpendicular, because
No, he did
accepting
logic
this,
that said they were. I've got it.
yes. So that, of course, his refutation was invalid, but he was attacking middle term. So he was attacking this bridge to disconnect premise from a conclusion.
Yeah, this goes back to the difference between who are the trolls and who are the people who are on the journey to cross this bridge.
Exactly.
Uh-huh. And it depends where the bridge is. It might not even be a bridge. It might be one of those inverted bridges, unclamped. Or clamped, I don't know. But you know what I mean? The bridge, it's there in people's minds.
Not an unclimbed bridge.
Well, it
Oh,
could
boy.
be. I mean, like, it could be clamped, right? You might not have even known it was a bridge. Not a humped bridge, anyway. The
Humped,
troll's
unclamped.
always up under it, right? The troll's never... it can't see the bridge because the troll's in aporia. The pathless path. There's nowhere for the troll to go. Troll can't jump on the bridge and come with you. And if you've already passed it, why are you turning around and talking to a troll that you've gone past?
Yeah, the troll is just a non-player character, an NPC. Right? That's they're just there to do what they're doing, say what they're saying. As Paper was saying, deny a second premise or a middle premise to deny you the conclusion. Whatever they have to say, whatever they have to do, whatever stupid shit they have to come up with, right? That we see all the time around here. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, again, they're trying to reach the, like in this article, it's described as the inexperienced student, right? That's the ones they're trying to reach with the shit they say, because the inexperienced student might actually, from inexperience, take them seriously. That's who they're trying to reach with it. But if they're talking about this to any of us in here, we can all come together in the conversation to find out what's actually the case here. Largely because we keep it to logic and geometry and don't go off in the weeds, right? But yeah, that's the point of them trying to reach the inexperienced person to mislead them. Oh, there's not even a bridge here. Go the other way. You can go back where you came from. It's interesting. There is so many.
You can't get past this. Look at the size of it.
Yeah. Whatever it is, right? There's so many analogies in movies of the troll guarding the bridge, and it's literally part of the hero's journey to cross this bridge. By the grace of coincidence, in quotes, coincidence, they have to cross this bridge, but it's guarded by a troll. It's like a very well, no, like used a lot as an analogy in all sorts of movies.
It says, and therefore separates the serious and dedicated students from the asses. Now, which ones are the serious and dedicated students?
The honest ones who are on the journey. They want to actually cross this bridge, which, they want to actually get to a solution, to a conclusion, whatever it is. They actually want to reach that point. The trolls, they don't care. They just want you to not reach that conclusion, not solve that problem, right? Not cross the bridge.
Or to jump through the bridge without understanding. So from premise one to conclusion, jump to conclusion without understanding what's happening. Therefore, they have to believe only. They can believe and they can have truth by belief, but they don't understand. Only when they are going through full process Therefore, they are going through a full syllogism, they can understand. If you throw out this middle term, they can only believe that's true. That from first premise, conclusion flows, but this is not understanding yet. So some people are thrown out from understanding because they cannot link this whole process of thinking. So they are rather they can only believe, nothing more.
Like I don't know, but it seems obvious that there is stumbling blocks in people's thought patterns, and this is just a way to find them. Right now, it seems that people get upset about it, but literally, it's just questions. We know that they seem challenging or whatever to people, but I mean, they are questions that we come up with, and there are people that have questions, namely students, children. And there's a lot of questions that I don't think ever get asked, or if they do, they get told not to be asked again. A lot of questions that stop being asked. And I think this logical process, logical thinking, it's strange that I have a name called Try Thinking to end up with this point here, that logic seems to have gone away. And this particular idea or concept it's a challenging problem to the inexperienced, and the inexperienced could be anybody that's inexperienced in a particular thought or a particular question. Nobody's ever been asked that question before. There are many of them that we ask each other that are there's unanswerable questions that are very simple, that lead you on a thought pattern. Many times you have to say, well, there is no answer. You cannot give an answer. But then people don't like that. If you can't give an answer, well, then they can. And it gets them to say something really ridiculous.
They have to have an answer. They need an answer.
So I don't want to go any further on this. Sorry.
No, don't go any further there. Scroll back up though again.
Well, actually, this bit here, this is pretty relevant to the actual bridge. This is from D.E. Joyce, and he's doing a presentation on Euclid's Elements, and he says, "It is the ass's pitfall, not his bridge. If this be rightly called the bridge of asses, he's the fool who sticks, but he's not the fool who sticks, but he that passes." Now, I think that's pretty relevant to when we go over it, and I think I said earlier, some people may not notice it as a bridge, and it says it's the ass's pitfall, not his bridge. Right? So he's not standing on anything firm. He's going underneath that. There is actually no bridge. The troll goes underneath. The bridge doesn't get raised up. It's just a sticking point for somebody. Sorry, go on, Kev.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right, and we don't want to go over the geometric piece of this.
Yeah.
No, go back a second. I just want to cover one piece in here. So on the logic piece, so scroll up just a little bit here. Read this piece here before it gets into Euclid. if you would, because I think there's some decent stuff in here and how it relates to logic. Since we're in the trivium and we're going through logic, and I didn't want to go through syllogisms specifically. I think they can be an easy pitfall unless you are really starting to study logic. But there are some simple syllogisms that make sense. And what Paper was saying is absolutely true, that the bridge of asses is something to deny you the second premise. Because the whole point of it is, in logic, as it says, the 6th century Greek philosopher Philoponus presented a diagram showing what kind of conclusions follow from what kind of premises to enable students of logic to construct valid syllogisms more easily. So a valid syllogism is simply, without getting into a lot of detail of it, is a premise number one, premise number two, or the middle term, as Paper pointed out, and then a conclusion. So let me give you a quick example that's very easy. It's very simple. It's not complicated at all. Major premise: all roses are flowers. That's major premise. Minor premise: this is a rose. So remember when we were talking about the organon and we talked about predicating and all of that stuff. When you're dealing with something that you can hold in your hand, that you can actually point to, that you have a proof for, that you know exists in reality, it makes the logic that much more difficult to deny. It makes it more difficult for sophists to take hold, so on and so forth. So in this very simple syllogism, major premise: all roses are flowers. Minor premise: this is a rose. So you almost have to hold up in your hand this imaginary rose, saying this is a rose. Conclusion is, I'm holding a flower. Where the trolls want to go is, that's not a rose. What are you talking about? There's no way that's a rose. How do you say that's a rose? And when Bev does go through what he's alluding to, that he's going to go through tomorrow, and probably a video that is unbelievably fantastic, I want you guys to remember this simple syllogism. All roses are flowers. This is a rose. I'm holding a flower. That's the conclusion, right? But the trolls, or the bridge of asses, they want to stop you from entering that second premise, that middle piece, to get you to the conclusion, to get you over the bridge. The fact that this is a rose, the fact that, and I'll say it, this is a straight line, or this is a circle. They want to deny you that. They have to deny you that. And people like Bev and SE and Rakia and lots of people that have been in this arena forever have dealt with these people over and over and over. Saragaki was doing it for hours today in the live chat. It's phenomenally laughable, but it's only laughable to us because we can cross the bridge. We've crossed the bridge. If you've been part of this community on this server, and that's why we're going through the Trivium, because if you can't see these things, if you can't see the simplicity of this, then you get caught up on that bridge of asses. You get caught up dealing with the troll, constantly going back to the troll, proving that this is a flower, trying to prove that this is a flower, when their answer is just, nuh-uh, it's not a rose. No. That's what we're dealing with. So I just wanted to bring that out, Bev.
Yeah.
That simple syllogism, right? Now, it can get complex, and when you start getting into quantifiers and qualifiers and the thing that Bebby was trying to do and the little magic trick that he was pulling with the dodo and all that stuff, if everybody remembers that, yeah.
Yes,
it makes it very
we have
complex.
here on screen this pons asinorum in logic.
Mhm.
Universal affirmative, this is all. Universal negative, not all.
Particular
none.
affirmative. Yeah.
Or
Particular
particular affirmative, yep.
Yes, some. This is some of something.
Yep.
Or particular negative. It would be no one.
But without wanting to make it seem a little bit mathematical and over people's heads, because It can seem like that. It's very simple at its base, right? That's what we want to be dealing with without the other one. Because it does say here, and I don't blame people if they go, that sounds a bit, I'm not doing that, right? Because syllogisms do get like that. But it does say here, they were represented by 6 points arranged in 2 rows of 3 in the middle of the diagram between the subject and the predicate. The student was then asked to identify the 19 valid combinations of the 3 figures of the syllogism. That's 19 variants of what Kevin's just said about a rose.
Yep. Yeah.
Which
And
is
there's
like,
tables.
it's too much to think about
Yeah.
that. It's just talking about this is a rose, right? This
Exactly.
rose here.
Exactly.
Yes, so in Middle Ages, they were dealing with much more complicated syllogistic systems than we are. Now people are denying simplest
Yeah.
syllogism as we can construct. Or
Exactly.
anybody can construct.
100%.
So this is so simple, so obvious, and they still are denying it.
Yeah.
Or pretending that they don't understand. I think they do understand.
Well, I don't know. They could just
Yes.
be unable to get over that bridge, right? They make the bridge for themselves the moment they encounter the problem that they just either can't be bothered dealing with or are unable to sort out.
I think they know how to pass the bridge, but they don't want to. Remember, donkey is stubborn. He maybe know how to pass the bridge, but he don't want to at any cost.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's the only thing I wanted to point out here on this one.
Okay, yeah.
There was some good stuff in here. There
Yeah,
was
in the
some
logic.
really good stuff in here.
Yeah, so that sort of led us to, well, what is logic? Because obviously, if you realize, it's a good place to start the Bridge of Asses, right? Because that's the problem that you encounter that's either hard for the inexperienced person or not hard at all, right? To the other one. So how do you work that out? Where does it come from? Where's the understanding of how to work the problem out?
That's a good question, right?
Yeah.
Because just by experience talking to people, I try to ask the questions formulated very specifically to try and pinpoint exactly that. What is the key issue? What is the problem, you know? Because obviously there's a problem because they lose their shit in conversation, but I want to figure out what is the actual problem. And I'm not so sure either whether they do understand or are just stubborn. It's even that's hard to pinpoint sometimes.
Which is why we came to this logic. And this is the point in the Trivium that we are trying to get to, right? This is the sort of purpose. Logic is what we've been dealing with here for quite a while. But within the Trivium, the words are what are structure the logic on. The words are the foundations that we are going to use to build logic with, i.e. the argument. We're going to structure it, and I'll read this here now. Logic, from classical Greek, logos. I don't know what's that in Greek, Essie?
Logos,
Is it
literally
just logos.
Logos, yes.
It's pronounced logos.
Logos, not logic.
No.
Okay. Logos, originally meaning the word or what is spoken. I like the word. but coming to mean thought or reason or an explanation or a justification or key. I mean, come on. How many ors do you want to put there? Originally meaning the word or what is spoken, but coming to mean thought or reason or an explanation or justification or key. Wow. Is most often said to be the study of criteria for the evaluation of arguments, although the exact definition of logic is a matter of controversy amongst philosophers. Right? Although the exact definition of logic is a matter of controversy among philosophers. Now, I can hesitate. I can give a guess of why they cannot formulate a definition, because we did have a conversation about this with somebody the other day.
Yep, we did.
It's all about how you build definitions.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, so we're going to go through this, guy, and it's a recurring theme. So people that have been with us on these Trivium nights and the stuff that we've gone through, you're going to see this recurring theme of there. Yeah, it seems complex, but when you go through it and you talk through it, it is really quite simple. Logic is the word or what is spoken, right? You start with your thoughts, you organize your thoughts correctly. You have the ability to create a sentence, to predicate subjects. We went through all of that. Seems complex, but it really is quite simple. And then you put those words together into sentences. Those sentences make logical statements, the syllogism, the simple things that we just pointed out. It all relates to truth one way or another. And then bam, here it comes. But it's meant to be thought or reason or explanation or justification or key. And there's lots of controversy around this. So immediately we're trying to say logic is essentially something very simple, something everybody should be able to do, something there shouldn't be a lot of controversy around. And what's the first thing we see here? Oh, there's a ton of controversy. We don't know what the exact definition of logic is, and it's a matter of controversy among philosophers. How interesting is that? Why? Well, we've got the trolls. The trolls are hungry. There's lots of these people that think it's going to be very simple to just get across that bridge, right?
There's no allowance for lying. Right? It's the once you say you could have to predicate upon a thing, then you take out the lie, right? With logic, as it'll come up in a bit. Yeah, you can't. It is literally like Kevin says. It's just the word or what is spoken. It's up to us how we use it.
It's meant to be. Yeah, it's meant to be quite simple. The idea of logic is meant to be quite simple. It's related to truth. You don't want a lot of paralogists or sophists or wizards trying to muddy the waters and make you confused. And that's why the whole thing about the Elenchus came into being, because the way to ferret out a sophist or a paralogist is to continue to ask them questions, to boil it down, reductio ad absurdum, to get down to the base, to make it simple. Why? Because once it's out in the light, and many people have heard this kind of thing, when you turn the light on, things are made clear.
Yeah, but trolls don't like the light.
Trolls don't like the light. They hate it. They hate the light. They hate anything that tries to make things simple as possible. Stop you from crossing that bridge. Yeah.
Okay. So, I'm just reading from Logic. Just, this is New World Encyclopedia. It's not pseudo philosophy. This is actual.
You are breaking badly. For me, at least.
Well, how is it for everybody else? What's it sound like?
No, he's good.
Yeah,
fine for me also.
You sound good.
Okay. Right, it does say here, after it's a matter of controversy. However, the subject is grounded. The task of the logician is the same: to advance an account of valid and fallacious inference in order to allow one to distinguish good from bad arguments. It shouldn't that what we all be doing. We should all be striving to become logicians. If that's the idea of finding a good argument or a bad argument and pointing it out and saying that's a bad argument, perhaps we could make it a little bit better. That's what we should be doing. We're in a communication thing for talking to each other. So I'm so glad we've come together with the Trivium to get to this sort of point where, you know, we're still at the beginning. We've always been here. It just took us a few years to gather a few people who want to come on the journey with us. We're going to be leaving a lot of trolls and bridges behind us. Hopefully, come on a journey. It says, this is where Kevin was saying, they like muddying the waters about something that's logic, right? It's just trying to work out whether it's a good argument or a bad argument. Trying to find fallacies within the structure of an argument. Traditionally, logic is studied as a branch of philosophy. Since the mid-1800s, remember the time, logic has also been commonly studied in mathematics. And more recently in set theory. More recently, remind you, right? In set theory and computer science. As a science, logic investigates and classifies the structure of statements and arguments. Science. They might have to reword that. I'm not too sure whether they'll be liking the idea of logic as a science, studying arguments, both through the study of formal systems of inference, often expressed in symbolic or formal language, and through the study of arguments in natural language, a spoken language such as English, Italian, or Japanese, right? It's just how arguments are formed and the structure of the arguments.
I would say take out English and put Norwegian in there, because we're starting to find out there's a lot more truth in Norwegian than there is in English.
Yeah, there's too many words in English. More words to obfuscate with. It's a complicated language for a reason, and it sort of just has everything together, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
It says the scope of logic can therefore be very large, ranging from core topics such as the study of fallacies and paradoxes to specialized analysis of reasoning such as probability, correct reasoning, and arguments involving causality.
This is just bullshit.
I know.
This last statement.
Hopefully we can get into this sort of, they always tag stuff on at the end to sort of give themselves allowances for what they're going to try and do later on, because it says the nature of logic, because of its fundamental role in philosophy, the nature of logic has been the object of intense dispute. It is not possible clearly to delineate the bounds of logic in terms of acceptable to all rival viewpoints. I'll read that again. Because of its fundamental role in philosophy, right? So because of that, the nature of logic has been the object of intense dispute. It is not possible clearly to delineate the bounds of logic in terms acceptable to all rival viewpoints.
I object.
Yeah, no, not that. That's not acceptable. Oh, well, we can't write a logic that makes it acceptable for you to go against stuff, right? Let's have an argument about that.
I
But
object
viewpoints,
to
yeah.
whole sentence. I object to this whole sentence.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, not only that, but it again. Remember what we said. Logic is meant to be simple. The stuff that we've gone through with Aristotle is the roadmap to make it simple. It's related to truth. All of a sudden, it's very complex. It was fine until the mid 1800s, and now it's just you can't even get people on the same page. You've got all these
Yeah.
rival viewpoints. You can't even. I mean, it's just impossible.
Yeah, the received opinion has to be acceptably received to all rival viewpoints. Otherwise, it's not
Yes.
proper logic, is it?
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
again, they are confusing dialectics with logics here.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
don't say that, but this what are they are talking about in this topic here. It is dialectics.
I think this
Of course.
this is what's
Yeah.
happened to modern day thinking is you have to make everything acceptable to all. Otherwise, somebody will complain, and then you don't want people complaining because they could get really bad reputation or whatever. So you have to sort of make allowances for even the people that want to, I don't know, just say no, not that. I want
They
something
renamed
different.
it today. Politically correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
Right.
but still, logic it is unpleasant many times. And for example, logic proof it is called also apodictive proof, and word apodictive is very very unpleasant to some people
Yeah.
Yes.
because
Yep.
it doesn't tolerate any opposition. Apodictive is apodictive, must be. Period.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. There's we've gone through lots.
All of that sort of stuff.
Yeah. We've gone through a lot of that. Even like the law of the excluded middle. People don't like those things.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Which it says here, right? It says, despite that, despite the controversy, the one that they can't manage to make it acceptable to everyone, even logic, right? Even the people that say, no, that's not a fallacy. That's not a paradox. Those ones. Despite the controversy, the study of logic has been very coherent and technically grounded, which makes it solid, right? In this article, we first characterized logic by introducing fundamental ideas about form, then by outlining some schools of thought, as well as by giving a brief overview of logic's history, an account of its relationship to other sciences, and finally, an exposition of some of logic's essential concepts. And then it goes through different types of logic: informal, formal, and symbolic. Informal logic is the study of arguments expressed in natural language. The study of fallacies, often known as informal fallacies, is an especially important branch of informal logic. Looking for fallacies. So there's a specific branch of logic that looks for fallacies.
But I don't understand why they call it informal.
Yeah, I know.
It is strictly formal logic to spot fallacies in logic.
Yes, it is. Yeah, there's a lot wrong with this, but that's why we're going through it.
Yeah.
Because this is where people go, right? They go to places like this, they go to Wikipedia, they go to other places. So it's important to go through this and point out these areas and get people to think on them.
Yeah, that's what logic should be, right? It's up to you to get the logic for yourself, to be able to get the mind processing through these ways of thinking. And putting informal there and saying that has to do with informal fallacies. The studies of fallacies, often known as informal fallacies. Well,
I don't know why they are using this expression, often known as informal fallacies. It is not often known for me.
No, I've
No.
never even
Never heard
of
of it.
that. Like,
Never even heard of it.
they put it right in the middle of those little things as well for some reason. As though you're meant to highlight that bit.
Yes, and they say often known. It is obvious for most of people.
So you should know that. And it's like, oh, I didn't. Well, I do now. Yeah, I often know it. Right, so it says an inference possesses a purely formal content if it can be expressed as a particular application of a wholly abstracted rule. I mean, even the language that they're using at the minute here is a struggle. I think it would turn most people away.
And remember, this is, I don't want to give too much, maybe I'm going to give it away here as to why we're going through this. But remember, this is a link from the concept of the Bridge of Asses.
Yeah.
Okay, guys? This article, this going through this is a link from the concept of Bridge of Asses. I just want everybody, just have that in your mind as Bev goes through. If it sounds complex and complicated and Papers bringing up all the things, and I knew he would, and this is fantastic. Yeah, you have to scratch your head and wonder why. But keep going. Let's keep going.
Okay, so just purely formal content is like Saragaki said, the form, the structure of how this logic is wrote down, which is I don't know. That's a good concept to think of, like, how it looks, how it's presented. It says, for example, the argument. I mean, listen to this. For example, the argument. If John was strangled, he died. John was strangled. Therefore, John died.
Wow.
Is an example in English of the argument of form or rule. If P, then Q. P is true. Therefore, Q is true.
And
That's
they
correct.
thought
This is good. This is good example. That's correct. This is correct.
Yeah, it's very correct.
My
but...
example of chopping off a guy's head was bad, but strangling is okay, right?
It's not as gory.
Yeah. It's really it's strange, isn't it? Because I mean, like, I guess everybody can make sense of that sort of thing, right?
I said the very same thing.
Yeah.
I'm blowing my mind here.
It's about has to be acceptable to everyone, and everybody can accept that if you're dead, you're dead.
Yeah.
I think that's why.
Remember the proof project?
Yeah.
When everybody was telling me, there's no proofs, and I got mad, and I told them, okay, how about if I chop off your head? Is that proof that you're dead? And now you're telling me this. This is the good find, guys. This is kudos.
Right, so it says, moreover, this is a valid argument form known since the Middle Ages as modus ponens, before they started messing about with it. We will see later that many definitions of logical inference, and inference with purely formal content are the same thing. That's great, isn't it? This does not render the notion of informal logic vacuous, since one may wish to investigate logic without committing to a particular formal analysis. Formal logic is the field of study in which we're concerned with the form or structure of the inferences rather than the content. Symbolic logic is the study of abstractions expressed in symbols that capture the formal features of logical inference. I'll put that again.
That's when it starts.
Yeah, I'll say it again. Symbolic logic is the study of abstractions expressed in symbols that capture the formal features of logical inference.
I object. This is logic is abstraction already. So this is just nonsense because your thought, because you are operating with your thoughts. That's logic. So and the thought is abstraction from reality. For
Spoken.
example, how I don't understand how it has to be symbolic.
You could
We
do a
can
symbolic dance, couldn't you?
uh,
Logically. I don't know. I think this is what Beddy was doing when he came with the the different symbols, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's
and the
why they
square.
got triggered when we did the logic, right? We just used symbols to do it, and they flipped out, didn't they? You can't use
Yep.
P's and those lines.
Yeah, this is like symbolic. They want to put this in, right? Symbolic logic and
like wizardry,
abstractions.
alchemy, and whatever. Somehow it is not science, but maybe it is some kind of wizardry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, how much easier is it to confuse people when you're using symbols to represent abstractions rather than just saying things in plain text to them, right? Yeah, I think this is partly due to the term earlier, muddy the waters. It can easily be done
Yeah, I'll wait for the
at this
next one.
point here.
So symbols don't make formal logic symbolic logic. It is still formal logic by expression. For example, if we can put letter A instead of something, or if P then Q, but
Yeah.
it is not symbolic
P
logic.
is a
It's
symbol
still-
of what the statement P is, the first premise, right?
Yes, so this is not symbolic logic. This is still formal logic.
Yeah, it's not logical to be discussing it like this, right? Because we're having to discuss what should be a very simple thing. And as it says, right, it says the ambiguity is that formal logic is very often used with the alternative meaning of symbolic logic, as we have
There we
defined
are.
it. Like, who's giving the ambiguity? Who's
As we
doing
have
that?
defined it. They
He,
did it.
this man who is writing this.
Yeah.
he is-
Yeah.
Yeah. It's amazing, isn't it?
So he is building strawman, and now he is beating this strawman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely logical, this, right? With informal logic, meaning any logical investigation that does not involve symbolic abstraction. In this sense of formal, that is a parallel to the received usages coming from formal or formal theory. Like if that's not muddying the waters, like chucking a fucking bucket full of shit in there.
Yeah.
I think that you Beth should to invite again Baby to explain these sentences for us.
No, he couldn't. It says, while formal logic is old on the above analysis. What above analysis? The one that said about ambiguity? Dating
That
back.
he defined.
Yeah, dating back more than 2 millennia to the work of Aristotle. Symbolic logic is comparatively new and arises
guess.
with the application of insights from mathematics to problems in logic.
I'll guess mid 1800s.
Who knows? But yeah,
Educated guess.
yeah. It's like, while formal logic is old, it's like old. On the above analysis, dating back more than 2 millennia to the work of Aristotle, symbolic logic is comparatively new and arises with the application of insights from mathematics to problems in logic. The
Oh,
passage...
that's
Fresh it is.
God.
How fresh.
Yeah, it's new. Get on board. It's 2022.
Yeah, indeed.
It's about time we had a new one.
That's right. Old shit.
But it gets worse because it says with the application of insights from mathematics.
Yeah, to
And we all
problems
know
in
what they've done.
logic.
Yeah, we all know what they've done to mathematics. New math. He or whoever wrote this is putting that in as a very ambiguous term. In this case, mathematics.
And if we are taking in consideration that mathematics uses symbols, so we have new symbolic logic then.
Just wait. Just you wait. Right. Okay. I'll have to read that again because it comes in the next. While formal logic is old, on the above analysis, dating back more than 2 millennia to the work of Aristotle, symbolic logic is comparatively new and arises with the application of insights from mathematical problems in logic. The passage from informal logic through formal logic to symbolic logic can be seen as a passage of increasing theoretical sophistication.
And then semicolon of necessity. Wow.
It can be seen just as a passage of increasing theoretical sophistication. I mean, sophisticated? Oh, that's what we want. We want some sophisticated logic. Let's get on that.
Yeah, I wonder what Aristotle had to say about sophists. Anything? Maybe?
Yeah. Well, obviously they had to change the meaning of sophistication from then to now. Because I did this the other day, right? It was one of those things I asked the missus. It's like, what do you think of sophistication? Well,
did I miss something? It means that the sophistry is the highest level of logic.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like necessity. Sophistication is like sort of putting on a jacket and all of that. Yeah, you go into the golf club. That's what sophistication is. No,
and
it's not.
The last book of the Organon is from Aristotle is Sophistical Refutations.
Yeah.
Refuting
the
sophists.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they blatantly just wrote it out there. Like the passage of logic from what it was to what it is can be seen as a passage of increasing theoretical sophistication. I guess if you look at it from a certain right angle, right? Well, that's nice.
See, this is why it's so important that we started off at the very beginning of the Trivium nights with the subject itself. Because now, when we of course went over the word sophist, sophistication, and all of this, so we know what the word means. But if you don't know what this word means, you're gonna take this on potentially as a good statement of fact.
Yeah, 100%. It is. You're exactly right, Saragaki. It isn't what we started. Like I said earlier in this discussion, what we went through in the beginning when we started going through the Organon seemed complicated, but it was really because most of us haven't been taught proper grammar the way that the
we
ancient
need
Greeks
to go back over it, right?
We do, and we're going to have to go back over it. But that was, we think of ancient peoples as stupid. Wow, we don't, but a lot of people do think of ancient peoples as dumb, stupid. They were much smarter than we were, or that we are. They were able to grasp those grammatical things very easily. We have such a hard time with it, but it really is simple. When you get down to it, it's simple. It's not sophisticated. It's not sophisticated. The idea of taking something that exists in reality, that becomes the subject. You're going to say something about the subject. You're going to predicate upon it and make a statement about it, and then put those things together in major premise, minor premise, conclusion to then make statements about the world around you is a simple thing. It's not sophisticated, but here you are. Well, we have to make it by necessity, as Saragaki points out. by necessity.
Yeah, that's the crazy part. They put
That
it
is the
behind the
crazy part.
semicolon. Like even the symbols in grammar, like the punctuations, they have meaning too. They put a semicolon there of necessity. They're admitting straight up that they have to do this. They have
Yep.
to make it of increasing theoretical sophistication of necessity. It's required.
Exactly.
Only new logicians and mathematicians can resolve this problem. We are too low.
Too low. Yeah, too dumb. Yeah, not smart enough.
Not
Saragaki,
sophisticated enough.
yeah. Do you remember the conversation we had with, was it Dahomey Don about
Theoretically
set
sophistication.
theory? Yeah.
Theoretical.
Not even reality,
Yeah.
just theoretically.
That's why physicists, theoretical physicists, are better than normal physicists. They are
Go back.
more sophisticated.
Yeah.
They are smarter.
Yeah, they can go way further.
Exactly.
What were you saying, Kevin, about that
I was
earlier
just saying the idea of sophistication. Remember that conversation that we were having with, well, you were having primarily, I think it was Dahomey Don, about the whole graphing down to zero, and that the curved line being the same as the straight line in the end. Because if
Yeah.
you have it enough, if you have it, half it, and then half it, and then half it, eventually you get, well, it's not really zero, but it's close enough. I mean, it's close enough, right? That's the type of sophistication you're talking about. I call it wizardry. But
That one specific is very, very much wizardry, because you're
yeah.
talking about, in that case, we're talking about the tangent to a circle being
Mhm.
literally equal to the circumference of the circle.
Right.
Straight. That's ridiculous on the face of it, right?
Yes,
But
they are trying to straighten a curved line, and I think that they are using this calculus to calculate, but at the time when calculus is calculating, they are cursing this curved line, be straight, be straight, be straight, and in time maybe it will become straight.
Exactly.
to me, all they're doing is really locating the tangent point in a coordinate system, right? So to just because they have located the tangent point, not to make this complicated, right? But just because they've located the tangent point does not mean the tangent line is equal to the circumference of the circle. That's ridiculous.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's why when we had a discussion with Emerald, he asked if it is a straight line or not, and we answered with Bev that we don't know, and he asked how it looks. So it is. So the wizardry is this is trick, visual trick only. They all have what they have. It's visual trick.
And I think to bring it back to what we're going through right now, he said, the homie Don, I think it was him, yeah, who said that, oh, all of that old school math, geometry being the
Yep.
base foundation of it, that's outdated now. We have this
Yep.
new stuff called
Set theory.
calculus and
Yeah,
set
calculus.
theory
Much
and
more
all of this stuff.
sophisticated.
Yeah, he literally said that as his argument for why my claim that he was being ridiculous was wrong, because I was coming from a foundation of Euclidean geometry, which is outdated and in the trash now behind calculus. Can you imagine that? Yeah, it's outlaid here in the article for why. It's of necessity. So you ask yourself what necessity that might be.
Exactly. Ask yourself why. Why is it needed? No. We'll let you guys make up your own mind on that.
Says in the case of formal logical systems, the theorems are often interpretable as expressing logical truths, tautologies, or statements that are always true. Tautologies is something be good to go over next time, or in the future. It says, and it is in this way that such systems can said to capture at least a part of the logical truth and inference. Formal logic encompasses a wide variety of logical systems. Various systems of logic will be discussed later and captured in this framework. Indispensable mathematical logic, right? This is where we have to go over the rival conceptions of logic.
Diverse logic.
Yeah. Logic arose, see below. Like, what? I don't know, we'll get there later. From a concern with correctness of argumentation. Logic arose from a concern with correctness of argumentation. Well, I think it was like somebody said something and then he went, no, that cat's not brown. That's why I think logic arose within argumentation. Because people are bullshitting. And it's a way of saying, no, I would say.
Yeah, I think you could take out, if I wrote this, I would have taken out correctness of argumentation and just put in truth.
Yeah.
Logic arose from a concern with truth, or lack thereof, I should say.
Yeah, the conception of logic.
Both. This is formal logic and material. It means you have two conditions. Must be correct and must be true.
Yeah.
So your materially and formally has to be validated. In formal logic, it is correctness, and in material logic, what it is, if it is real. This is material logic. If what we are talking about is real or not, because if we are talking about fantasy, so you cannot validate it as true or not true, because it is always
logic
not
would
true.
expose something that is not true.
Yes, both. You have to have both, correct, to be correct, and to be true.
Conception of logic as the study of argument is historically fundamental. The conception of logic as the study of argument is historically fundamental. Now remember that, right? Because that's the foundation that you're building this stuff on. Historically fundamental. What came in the past and where it came from. Fundamental. That's that old stuff. And was how the founders of distinct traditions of logic, namely Aristotle, Mosey, and Ascopada Gutmar, I hope I did that justice, conceived of logic. They conceived of logic. No, they're just people.
Logic was always there.
Yeah.
They didn't conceive of it.
Suppose that they did write books and they are the people that wrote the books. They're just people who wrote books about logic.
Is in everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone has the, like, just putting on the correct shoe on the correct foot when you go out, right? You have to, that's logic. Everybody has it innate. It's innate to everybody. Nobody can conceive of it and, effectively make it up. It's a thing that exists innately in all of us.
I think that that in this article it is said that this is historically fundamental because it's history. It was fundamental, but not now. Not necessary now.
Next stage.
Yeah, we'll see that.
Yeah. Next bit. Yeah. Modern logicians usually wish to just sounds like, modern logicians usually wish to ensure that logic studies just those arguments that arise from appropriately general forms of inference. So, for example, Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy says of logic that it does not, however, cover good reasoning as a whole. That is the job of the theory of rationality. Rather, it deals with inferences whose validity can be traced back to the formal features of the representations that are involved in that inference, be they linguistic, mental, or other representations. Wrote in 2004 by Hofweber.
And that separated citation is to be as a proof of what? I don't know.
Yeah. Modern logicians usually wish, right? They're wishing. Logicians are just usually modern.
Spelling, cursing.
Yeah.
Be straight. Line, be straight.
Exactly.
Sat outside watching for a star so they can wish upon it.
Well, here's the other thing, right? So let's change the word just to only. Modern logicians usually wish to ensure that logic studies only those arguments that arise from appropriately general forms of inference. In other words, going along with sophistication, we want to narrowly focus certain things in certain ways by modern logicians, such that why? So that we're the troll that tries to stop you from crossing the bridge, maybe?
Yeah, you can't talk about that. It's not appropriately general enough.
Yep.
Oh, okay then. Like, modern logic doesn't normally look at that sort of stuff because it's not appropriately general enough. So, well, it's another reason. Like, let's not bother going over that bridge. Like, let's build our own bridge around something. And then it says, because that's Hofweber 2004, right? It says, by contrast, so they're contrasting that with an older guy, Kant, Immanuel Kant, introduced an alternative idea as to what logic is. He argued that logic should be conceived as the science of judgment.
Whoa.
How about that? That's big, right? A science.
That's heavy.
Yeah.
An idea taken up by Gottlieb Frege's logical and philosophical work, where thought is substituted for judgment. On this conception, the valid inferences of logic follow from the structural features of judgments or thoughts. And then a third view of logic arrives from the idea that logic is more fundamental than reason. And so, that logic is the science of states of affairs in general. Barry Smith locates Franz Brenner as the source of this idea. So this is an idea, right, that some dudes had. An idea, he claims, reaches its fullest development in the works of Adolf Reinach Smith, 1989. This view of logic appears radically distinct from the first. On this conception of logic has no essential connection with argument, and the study of fallacies and paradoxes no longer appears essential to the discipline. Oh, what happened there?
Hey, then.
That was the magic
Look
trick,
at
wasn't it?
Look at that journey.
Wow,
How's
see
that
that?
journey for you?
What a relief. Now we can live with paradox.
Yeah. What
Happily.
just happened?
Exactly.
Third
That's
view of
insane.
logic.
1989.
Yeah. It says
No,
occasionally one encounters a fourth view as to what logic is about. It is a purely formal manipulation of symbols according to some prescribed rules. All right, whatever. This conception can be criticized on the grounds that the manipulation of just any formal system is usually not regarded as logic. Such accounts normally omit an explanation of what it is about certain formal systems that makes them systems of logic. Now, does that not sound familiar? The fourth view of logic. By your logic, that's that one.
It can be based on nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Because
says at the
this is
bottom.
not relevant. What are you talking about? You are just talking about something. Maybe even nothing.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Just talking.
Yeah, we have some prescribed rules. What are they? Some. We have them.
Like spherical geometry.
Yeah. Yeah, they're there. It's real, isn't it? Of course. It says here as well, in the history of logic, right? While many cultures have employed intricate systems of reasoning, logic as an explicit analysis of the methods of reasoning received substantiated development originally in three places: China, 5th century, Greece, 4th century BC, and India between the 2nd and the 1st century BC. Never recently. The formally sophisticated treatment of modern logic apparently descends from the Greek tradition. What? The formally sophisticated treatment of modern logic apparently descends from Greek tradition. What?
Formally
Yeah, no, I would
sophisticated.
say it undoes.
Yeah.
The Greek tradition myself, but okay,
That's some magic changing of words there.
isn't it? Isn't
Wow.
it great?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but like whoever's wrote this is a wordsmith, because it says, although it is suggested that the pioneers of Boolean logic were likely aware of Indian logic. Do you know Boolean logic? We might get to it in a bit. The Greek tradition itself comes from the transmission of Aristotelian logic and commentary upon it by Islamic philosophers to medieval logicians. The traditions outside Europe did not survive into the modern era. In China, the tradition of scholarly investigation into logic was repressed by the Qin dynasty, following the legalist philosophy of Hans Frizzi. In the Islamic world, the rise of a charity school suppressed original work on logic. They suppress.
How about here?
Yeah. Well, we haven't had
Of course,
any.
the Empire
I was
doesn't
only
want
over
logic.
there.
Yeah. There is none in Europe, it says.
Yeah.
But in Europe, we have better logic now. So this is kind of relief.
Yeah,
They
way more
suppressed
sophisticated.
logic in distant countries, but we are saved because we not only preserved logic, but we have better logic now.
Yeah. Well, this is it says here, another bit of blurring the words. It says, during the medieval period, a greater emphasis was placed upon Aristotle's logic, like it's Aristotle's now. During the later period of the medieval ages, logic became the main focus of philosophers who would engage in logic for philosophers. Can you imagine that? Let's focus on logic, guys. Who would engage in critical logical analysis of philosophical arguments, and who developed sophisticated logical analyses and logical methods. Slipped that in, didn't it?
Yeah.
They developed sophisticated logical analyses. What the fuck's that? Like, why not just honest talking about the logic. Why develop sophisticated logical analyses?
Well, that's the old logic. Now we have logic 2.0. Come on, get with the times.
This is fact that even in Middle Ages there were some people who treated logic as a toy to at the opening to fantasy world. So it became in medieval ages also. So but the main stream was Aristotle. So this, people are people. So some were sticking to Aristotle, and some of them were departing from Aristotle because he was too rigid,
Wasn't sophisticated enough.
not
Yeah, by
sophisticated, and
necessity, right?
you couldn't create some nonsenses from Aristotle's logic. So.
Yeah, you need to put the thin end of the wedge, right?
Little spice, more spicy.
Just leave a few holes for somebody else to put the wedge in later, right? You just need to.
It was a little bit harder to pull the wool over people's eyes during the magic trick.
Yeah.
If they knew about Aristotle, I mean.
Yeah, we need to make it a little bit more sophisticated.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
It says relations to other sciences. I don't know what relations this has, right? It says logic is related to rationality and the structure of concepts, and so has a degree of overlap with psychology. Like what? Like just concepts, right? Like that's the only place concepts go. Psychology, yeah, of course. Just in the mind. That's.
I hope everybody sees where this is going. I mean, this is so good.
It's mental cases we go in here. That's where they go. If the guy that's wrote this is obviously like that's what he's thinking. Where can I use this? Where can I apply this? Right? Logic is generally understood to describe reasoning in a prescriptive manner. To describe reasoning.
i.e. Psychology. Psychology is in that sense, psychology and logic is they are at opposite ends.
Yeah, that's what it says.
Psychology, it is not logic at all. There is no logic in psychology.
Yeah, it says here, it describes how reasoning ought to take place, right? Whereas psychology is descriptive. So the overlap is not marked. And here's another guy to remember, Gottlieb Frege, right? However, was adamant about anti-psychologism. That logic should be understood in a manner independent of the idiosyncrasies of how particular people might reason. Right? It's a bit of a mouthful, but that says to me that Gottlieb Frege said, I don't care what you think. This is logic. We're not bothered about your little bits of what you know, how to fit your particular way of reasoning.
Yes,
I
reasoned that way because I had a difficult childhood.
Yeah. Yeah, we make allowances for that. It's like, no. This is a definitive answer, right? Through logic. Although some people may not. Some people may not logic. That may be what the Bridge of Asses is. It's the point where you cannot get past.
Partly also why they put in earlier about the probability, analysis of probability, right? Because we're dealing with the truth value, either 1 or 0, truth or false. While in probability and that kind of thing, yeah, you're not dealing with either a 1 or a 0 truth value. You can have whatever, however many you want, we found out in the past. So yeah, they're definitely muddying the water here.
Yeah. This is quite a good article.
The whole sense of Aristotle's logic is to gain certain knowledge. You can confirm knowledge, but probability doesn't resolve any problem because you still don't know if your conclusion is true or not. Probably yes, it is not the answer for Aristotle at all.
Yeah, well, that's where we get to now. Deductive and inductive reasoning, right? Because you have to have an idea of where this logic's going. You can see that they're muddying the waters, and this is yet another way that they do it. It says originally logic consisted of only of deductive reasoning. Originally, again, talking about Aristotle and how you can't play tricks on that. It's only deductive reasoning.
That old stuff.
Yeah.
That old kind of, that old stuff was only deductive reasoning.
Yeah, which concerns what follows universally from given premises. That,
Yes, so establishing the cause of things.
Yeah, exactly how I would imagine logic is, right?
Yes, because it was a clear Aristotle's statement that we know truth when we know the cause of things. That's why he was preferring causation, to know causation. Because if we know the cause, we know the truth. We know why.
Yeah, if then, right? If,
yes,
then. It's very easy. If you do this, then that happens. It says, however, it is important to note that inductive reasoning has sometimes been included in the study of logic.
Sometimes.
Oh, sometimes. However, it says, who's got crisps? I hope they're nice. People have used the term, all right, it says, correspondingly, although some people have used the term inductive validity, we must distinguish between deductive validity and inductive strength. From the point of view of deductive logic, all inductive inferences are, strictly speaking, invalid.
Uh-oh.
So some term other than validity should be used for good or strong inductive inferences. An inference is deductively valid if and only if there is no possible situation in which all the premises are true and the conclusion false. The notion of deductive validity can be rigorously stated for systems of formal logic in terms of the well-understood notions of semantics. But for all inductive arguments, no matter how strong, it is possible for all of the premises to be true and the conclusion nevertheless false. So, inductive strength requires us to define a reliable generalization of some set of observations or some criteria for drawing an inductive conclusion, e.g. in the sample we examined 40% and 60%, right? So he's trying to justify it, right? So the task of providing this definition may be approached in various ways, some less formal than others. Some of these definitions may be use mathematical models of probability. Some of these of inductive reasoning that is not valid ever.
Yeah, it can't be, right?
We have tested some models recently.
Yeah.
For past 2 years.
Yeah. Yeah, mathematical models of probability, and they don't stand up at all.
If you say that there's a hole in my lawn, and there's a shovel next to the hole in my lawn, therefore I conclude that this shovel was used to dig this hole. It may be true, but you don't know that.
Yeah.
I'm starting to smell a little bit of relativism.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was earlier, right? It had to be general enough, local, horizontal, anyone.
I was gonna say that the whole thing, like everything that Bev was reading, was just littered with Russellism.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're gonna
Yeah,
get
man,
there.
yeah.
We're gonna
Yeah,
get there.
yeah. Don't blow it.
It's
Don't
coming.
blow it.
I
It's
mean,
coming.
it was you could see it coming
Yeah.
a mile away.
Well, that's what it is. It's the
Yeah, come
setup,
on.
isn't it?
Well, Nate, when you read that
Building it
thing
up.
saying about, I think it was Eastern logic, or was it Indian logic, whatever it was, like,
China
I've
and
heard-
India.
I've heard that before. Eastern logic. You're not using Eastern, where they say literally this and that at the same time, not this or that. I mean, yeah, it's crazy.
Boolean. Construction of Boolean. But it
Superpositioning, anybody?
It says here, for the most part of our discussion of logic here deals only with deductive logic, because once you explode it, anything can happen, and that's what inductive is. So I'd say stick with deductive logic and deductive reasoning, and then you should be all right. Only generalize with the other stuff. You never claim anything.
Yeah, you allow for one contradiction, then anything goes from that point.
Right, so topics in logic. Throughout history, there has been an interest in distinguishing good from bad arguments, and so logic has been studied in some more or less familiar form. Aristotelian logic has been principally being concerned with teaching good argument, and is still taught with that end today. There you go. Teaching good argument. That's what we're all about. Yeah, that's what we're all about. I will definitely go with that. I mean, that's what we need. We need good arguments. We need good conversation.
And by that you mean everyone, not just us in this Discord server, but this is like everybody should.
I would think so, yeah.
Yeah, that should be the goal for everyone. Why would you want to use bad arguments?
Especially in any sort of a debate scenario, right? That's what you should be striving for. A good argument.
Yeah, even not necessarily in a debate, just in general conveying of information to someone. You want to use good arguments for that.
It says Aristotelian logic has been principally been concerned with teaching good argument, and is still taught with that end today. While in mathematical logic, and analytical philosophy, much greater emphasis is placed on logic as an object of study in its own right. And so logic is studied at a more abstract level. Abstract. That,
Yeah,
you know,
take
like
it out of reality,
Aristotelian logic is talking about that thing there. If I do this to that thing there, then something else happens to it, right? That can be observed and done all of that. Now, mathematical logic and analytical. Remember, the mathematical logic is the new stuff. Got added in. They sort of started blending them together.
So logic is no longer for mathematicians is no longer a tool of thinking, but it's just object of particular interest as a curiosity in the store of old curiosities.
Yeah, think of it more of a think of it as kind of a well, they say here abstract. So think of it kind of like a Picasso.
I don't know. I mean, it says it's a much greater emphasis is placed on logic as an object of study in its own right. So there's within mathematics. Sounds like they're trying to study logic with maths.
So mathematical tool is mathematics.
Yeah.
And is mathematics is talking about logic, not vice versa, as it was before.
Yeah.
The logic was talking about mathematics, for example.
Yeah,
in
logic was the
Euclid's geometry.
foundation of the mathematics. Now mathematics is
Mhm.
studying the logic.
Right.
Yes.
That's why it's so important. I think you're on it, Paper. That's why it's so important. Remember, the Trivium begins with grammar, logic, and rhetoric, and then in the Quadrivium, which is in the liberal arts studies, the next 4 includes mathematics. So yeah, they flipped it.
Yes, but this is nonsense because it is like object is studying subject. Should be vice versa. Subject is studying object, but now object is studying subject. This is strange.
This is very strange.
Crazy.
Remember, it's only the guy that wrote this article, and he does seem a little confused. It might even be a few different authors that have been put this together.
Yeah, maybe it's a one-off, right? There's only a handful of people that really believe this kind of thing. Although it is the New World Encyclopedia, and if you do a Google
The
search,
New World.
most likely you're going to come up with
The New World, yeah.
You're going to come up with this. So, yeah, sure, it could just be a couple people.
Not
no,
the
this
old
is the way
world,
things
is
are
it?
going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not the old one. Ugh.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Consideration of the different types of logic. See, it did say earlier that they weren't bothered with inductive. They were mostly going to be talking about deductive, but now he's just thrown in mathematical logic and analytical. The logic, studying logic on its under its own right, which is hardly deductive, is it?
Hardly.
Yeah. Would that be like getting the straight line to study geometry?
Could be.
Yeah.
Consideration of different types of logic explains that logic is not studied in a vacuum. What?
Yeah.
Yes, it means that formal logic, it is vacuous logic. But now we have different types of logic, happily, so we are not in a vacuum anymore.
Thank goodness for that, right? Yeah, this completely upends the piece that just comes before it. Says, oh yeah, we're going to talk about the normal logic. We're going to deal with the normal logic. Don't worry about a thing. It's really simple. Back to really easy. But yeah, you can't study logic in a vacuum. You got to take all things into consideration. You got to include all these different, all sorts of viewpoints. That earlier in the article they said you can't get everybody to satisfy all the different viewpoints.
Yeah. They're trying. They're trying the best.
Oh, they sure as hell are. Yeah.
It says consideration of different types of logic explains that logic is not studied in a vacuum, while logic often seems to provide its own motivations. The subject usually develops best when the reason for the investigator's interest is made clear.
While logic often seems to provide its own motivations.
So
Is that deifying logic there?
So logic is a person and some entity which is thinking about itself, maybe, and has motivations.
Dreams, hopes, and dreams.
And it's the investigator's interest that need to be made clear before you get to it. It completely upends it. It's what we said earlier: logic, truth. It's getting at the truth, subject, predicate, being able to say something about something that is true. You have truth values. That's why we all got into that whole thing. Now all of a sudden it's you have to get to the investigator's interest about logic to make it clear and understand it. Because logic itself has its own motivations. This is crazy shit.
Yeah, what's your intention here? Interest? Oh, it's not general enough, so you can't use logic now.
Yeah, we said you wanted to make it clear. You're not making it clear. You can't even sort out why you want to develop this logic. You've not made it clear. It's just no more stumbling blocks, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yes, this is this is funny to listen
The
to.
subject usually develops best when the reason for the investigator's interest is made clear. Isn't logic meant to be that thing there? Of that I'm going to talk about. I mean, is that not making it clear enough that usually...
But if you are in vacuum, you are using vacuous logic, you are not developing best. So you have to have good or proper intentions to do that.
Yeah.
For example, politically correct. For
Mhm.
example,
Mm-hmm.
Right. We're
Oh,
getting
look
close.
what we have here.
We're getting close.
The organon.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, this is great.
Syllogistic logic. The organon was Aristotle's body of work on logic, with the prior analytics constituting the first explicit work in formal logic, introducing the syllogistic. The parts of syllogistic, also known by the term logic, were the analysis of the judgments into propositions consisting of two terms that are related to one of a fixed number of relations, and the expressions of inferences by means of syllogisms that consisted of two propositions sharing a common term as a premise, and the conclusion, which was a proposition involving the two unrelated terms of the premises.
Oh, paper, you said this way better earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
Yes,
we could write this much better, right? It's
Yeah.
really difficult to ingest, isn't it?
yes, this is much more complicated. I think I said in more simple way.
Yeah. Well, I like the bit at the end. It says involving the two unrelated terms of the premises, right? So you've got two things that are unrelated, and in the middle, you need a bridge. You need a middle term to just sort of connect the two.
Yes, yes,
That's
the
that's
syllogism.
simple, right?
Yes, yes, of course.
Right. Aristotle's work was regarded in classical times and from medieval times in Europe and the Middle East as the very picture of a fully worked out system, right? But Aristotle did it in Greece and the Chinese and the Indians, but why is it that now the Europes and the medieval and the Middle East? The very picture of a fully... Well, did the Chinese not like it? Did the Greeks not like it either?
Mhm.
It was not alone. The Stoics proposed a system of propositional logic that was studied by medieval logicians. Nor was the perfection of Aristotle's system undisputed. Nor was the perfection of Aristotle's system undisputed. For
That's an
example,
oxymoron, is it not?
Yeah. Well, essentially, what they're about to, you're going to see it.
Yeah.
They're about to throw shit on Aristotle because they have to by necessity, right?
Yeah.
Remember, Aristotle wrote sophistical refutations. We haven't gotten there yet. We will get there eventually in the coming weeks and months, right? But yeah, it was. So what they're saying, nor was the perfection. In other words, it wasn't perfect. The system was,
No,
nor
that's
was
not
the
how I read
perfection
it.
of Aristotle's
I don't
system
read that.
undisputed.
What I read is that Aristotle's system was perfect, but they disputed it anyway.
Yeah.
That could be.
It does state the perfection of Aristotle's system.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I read.
I think that it was not undisputed. So they still disputed perfection of Aristotle's system. So it was doubt. There was a doubt if a perfection of Aristotle's system is complete or not.
I agree with you, Saragaki. That's not what it says. I think that's a miss on the author's part, because look at what they say. You have to read the rest of it to get the context, but you'll get it.
Yeah, it seems to me the author here is saying, as in, nor was the perfection of Aristotle's system undisputed. The author thinks the perfected, but is now going to
It's
lay
got
out some disputes.
for example, the problem of multiple generality. The problem of multiple just generalizing multiple things. It was recognized in medieval times. Well, what problem?
Yeah, you can.
I don't know.
Problem of multiple. Sorry, go on.
Many people were just misrepresenting Aristotle. So sometimes, especially in Arabic, recipients of Aristotle's logic, because all schools of medieval schools of logicians, they wanted to have Aristotle as their father. But what they did with Aristotle's work, this is another case, because sometimes they added things which he didn't wrote, or he misspelled some words. Sometimes, for example, he said something as an opinion, and they treated that as a confirmed and proven thing. But in Aristotle's words, was only an opinion. Sometimes they misrepresented Aristotle, but all schools wanted to have Aristotle as their father and foundation.
Yeah, agreed. The key here, guys, is the word generality there. So you can imagine what happened, and this happens with any kind of idea, learning process, whatever. Right? It can get warped, changed, but in its truest form, as we went through with the organons, this is why we went through the painful process of predication, right? And we said that you have to predicate on something that is real, something that you know, something that you can see, something that you can hold, something that exists in reality. In order, if you do that, you resist generalization. You resist generalities, right? When you say this cup is X, or that cat, right? There is no generality. You're talking about something specific. And then when you go into, remember, we went through the whole thing of species and genera and all, and up and down the tree. Remember all those things? That stops you, theoretically, should stop you from taking things generally or generalizing. That doesn't mean that people in medieval times, just like people today, won't take things generally and try to generalize. And that is what was happening. So you can imagine if that was a problem. I agree that probably was a problem that was recognized in medieval times, but it wasn't a problem with Aristotle's system.
I think when we went over it, remember the 4 terms or whatever, right?
Yeah.
One of those is the statement that some, right? Was it some A's are not B's or whatever, right? And that term we always thought, right, there's something weird. Well, the problem of multiple generality, it says here in Wiki, it says it's clear that some cat is feared by every mouse. You make this statement Some cat is feared by every mouse. I don't know why you would do that, but I mean, for instance, if you were to make that statement, then it follows logically that all mice are afraid of at least one cat. That's a problem of multiple generality. Massive problem, obviously. We need to restructure logic. We can almost refute Aristotle on that one, can't we?
Yeah, I agree. But it doesn't make any sense anyway.
Yeah. It's like all of those things, like we were saying, the sums of this and maybe all of that, and they only apply to the specific situation. You can't apply it to everything like that. I mean, why the hell would you say some cat is feared by every mouse? Like some super cat, Danger Mouse or something. Fucking, what? Sylvester?
There is no general cat and no general mouse. There is
Yeah, you
only
haven't-
individual mouse and individual cat.
Right.
So you cannot have a general horse or general human.
Yeah, well, they're saying that that's a problem. Like, that's a problem, the medieval times, fellas, right? So everybody's passing over that, right? Oh, well, they found out they had problems with logic with Aristotle in the mid-19th century or whenever, right? They sorted that out. What
If you
problem,
are
right? A
creating-
problem that you've created yourself.
Yes, the idiotic problem created and Aristotle didn't deal with that.
Yeah.
He was not smart enough.
I feel like that was early on the equivocal.
Yes.
I think it's exactly what they're talking about here. It feels to me. Yeah, because that was early on, right? To make the very specific point that when you're talking about Aristotle, for example, you're talking about that specific person there. You know, yes, there can be other people who has the same name, right? But you're not talking about them. You're talking about this person here. Just as one example, right? But the equivocal, I think that's very relevant to this.
Yep. Yeah. Now see what they say next, though.
Yeah.
Right. So nonetheless, problems with syllogistic logic were not seen as being in need of revolutionary solutions.
Even
Not
though,
yet.
for example, the problem there with multiple was
That problem.
recognised. Nonetheless, no, we don't need to bother with that. There's problems, but we'll leave them.
There's problems with Aristotle, but it's all right for right now. It's fine. We don't need to revolutionize Aristotle or throw Aristotle or give him poison to drink like we did with Socrates. We don't need to do that yet, guys. Take it easy. Take it easy. Get to the next piece, though. Go ahead.
Today, Aristotle's system is mostly seen as historical value.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Just historical value.
Though there is some current interest in extending term logics, right? Regarded as made obsolete by the advent of centennial logic and
Sentential logic.
predicate calculus.
Predicate
you might have heard of
calculus.
that
There you
before.
go.
Yeah.
Cool.
Right, now, let's get modern.
You see what's happening?
We've got rid of that old stuff now.
Historical value.
Yeah.
Yep.
Predicate
Historical
logic.
value.
Logic,
Yeah,
as
it's
it
good to
is
know.
studied today, is a very different subject to that studied before. And the principal difference... Go on.
Hey guys, I just gotta say this. Just when you thought you were gonna get over that bridge, just when you thought you were not gonna be the ass on the bridge having to be shot and so that the US Army could get past you. Just when you thought. Go ahead.
Yeah, logic as it is studied today is a very different subject to that study before. And the principal difference is the innovation of predicate logic. Innovation. Invent it. Whereas Aristotelian syllogistic logic specified the forms that the relevant parts of the involved judgments took. Predicate logic allows sentences to be analysed into subject and argument in several different ways, thus allowing predicate logic to solve the problem of multiple generality that had perplexed medieval logicians.
But remember, it didn't need revolutionary solutions.
Yeah,
But here it comes to save the day. Predicate logic.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Perplex
fantastic.
them. Nobody bothered slapping him talking about what you're talking about, a general cat.
Exactly.
Like with predicate logic, for the first time, logicians were able to give an account of quantifiers, expressions such as all, some, and none. General enough to express all arguments occurring in natural language. Like, you couldn't do all of the arguments earlier.
Yes, some of them were not valid. For example, as I said before, maybe it was yesterday, I can't remember. There are two syllogisms, modus ponendo ponens and modus tollendo tollens, which are validating or invalidating premise, therefore falsificating or making true a conclusion. But you can create such patchwork, so to speak, as modus tollendo ponens, or in inverse, modus ponendo tollens. It doesn't make any sense, but you can do that. It means that you are affirming your premise by denying. It doesn't make any sense. But now you can do that. You can do that in new logic.
And have it be, quote, logical, right?
Yes, the perfect logic.
Sure. Yeah. Brilliant.
Where were we?
The discovery of predicate logic.
Innovation. Difference is the innovation of predicate logic, whereas Aristotelian syllogistic logic specified the forms of the relevant parts of the involved judgments took. Predicate logic, oh well, we did that occurring in natural language, right? The discovery of predicate logic is usually attributed to Gottlieb Frege, who is also credited as one of the founders of analytical philosophy.
What a coincidence.
Oh, but busy guy.
Yeah, but the formulation of predicate logic most often used today is the first order logic presented in Principles of Theoretical Logic by David Hilbert and Wilhelm Ackermann in 1928.
Not Aristotle's logic.
No. Not even Gottlieb Frege, right? They're standing on the shoulders of giants there that may not even have been involved in it anyway. Right? It's usually attributed to Gottlieb Frege. Well, you know what they do. Don't attribute that to me, type shit. And they go, well, yeah, but we just use Theoretical Logic by David Hilbert and Wilhelm Ackermann. The analytical generality of the predicate logic allowed the formalization of mathematics and drove the investigation of set theory, allowed the development of Alfred Tarski's approach to model theory. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the foundation of modern mathematical logic.
Oh,
All right.
what? Predicate
Model
logic
theory.
allowed the formalization of mathematics.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
1928.
And set theory leading to calculus. Yeah. Yes.
No exaggeration to say that it is the foundation of modern mathematical logic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No hesitation.
Not even close, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
That's it. That's where it came from. Right there. That time.
Yeah, I can see that now. Like from the mid 1800s to 1928, they were hard at work.
Yeah.
Very hard at work trying to figure out how the hell they get out of something that stood for 2,000 years with Aristotle, albeit with the medieval people, having a problem with generalization.
No, have you heard about the word all? Some. None.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
Mm-hmm. But then they figured out, hey, look at this. We get ourselves some mathematics and set theory.
Yeah.
Let's
Yes,
see where this leads.
They
Oh, what-
wanted to get rid of Aristotle's realism because he was
Mhm.
always told as realist. So he was teaching logic and in reality. So he was realist and not fantasist. So these modern logicians wanted to get rid of realism because you cannot create model because it doesn't fit reality. So
Yep.
if you have to choose model and reality, what would you like more? Of course, model.
Of course.
So model is better than reality. So they wanted to get rid of reality and because reality doesn't justify model. So this is just not convenient. So get rid of reality and we can create models and say that they are real.
Correct. Exactly right.
Yeah,
So
well put.
no more Aristotle, no more simply identifying, categorizing, and then predicating on subjects of the things that you encounter and entertain and hold in your hands or see with your eyes. Not good enough. Not good enough.
And you ready for the next bit of just sort of now they've done that with mathematics, right? They've just added that maths in. They're going to slap me around the face with words now. Modal logic. In language, modality deals with the phenomenon that subparts of a sentence may have their semantics modified by a special verbs or modal particles, for example. We go to the games can be modified to give we should go to the games and we can go to the games and perhaps we will go to the games. More abstractly, we might say that modality affects the circumstances in which we take an assertion to be satisfied. Like, what are they talking about? How's that logic?
For me, it isn't. But maybe I am too stupid.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they want you to think, right? They want you on that bridge of asses. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I guess this is a. You may notice where like the reason from adding this. It says the logical study of modality dates back to Aristotle. Right? What the correct use of words? to say
Yeah.
what he did.
Yeah, that part
Yeah.
of it is.
Yeah.
Not any of the other shit you
We
just put in here.
went to the games. We should have went to the games. And like, no, just tell us what you fucking did.
Yeah.
It says like Aristotle, who was concerned with the alethic modalities of necessity and possibility, which he observed to be dual in the sense of De Morgan duality. Aristotle was talking about De Morgan duality. Do you reckon?
He was really prophet. He looked forward like 2,000 years.
De Morgan duality, though, right? That sounds. That sounds.
That's legit.
Yeah. We've definitely not just slipped that in because we can probably leave it in your memory just as a little sprinkle of something.
That's why this De Morgan is good, because Aristotle predicted that this De Morgan will be good guy.
Duality.
Yes.
Yeah,
He
duality
will
of truths,
after-
perhaps.
Yes.
While the study of necessity and possibility remained important to philosophers, little logical innovation happened until the landmark investigations of Clarence Irving Lewis in 1918. Nothing, little logical innovation happened until the landmark investigations of Clarence Irving Lewis.
I mean, you have to wonder why. I mean, again, 2,000 plus years. I mean, there was not a lot of innovating going on, and I don't know why.
Clarence.
Damn it.
Clarence.
I mean, some people did some stuff in the mid 1800s, but it's about damn time. We need to get on it, man. We need to get hopping here. It's 1918, for God's sake.
Clarence went investigating, and look at the stuff he found. Look, it says in Clarence Irving Lewis in 1918, who formulated a family of rival axiomizations of the alethic modalities. His work unleashed a torrent of new work on the topic, expanding the kinds of modality treated to include theonetic logic, epistemistic logic. The seminal work of Arthur Prior applied the same formal language to treat temporal logic and paved the way for the marriage of the two subjects.
Wait, which subject?
Yeah,
I already missed the track.
They're just breaking up all of these new logics and then merging them back together.
And you don't have a freaking prayer of crossing that bridge now. There is no effing way you're getting across that thing.
You thought there was only like one logic and it was just the spoken word, right? But no,
logos.
Look what's happened.
That's where we started, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Great point, Bev. Great point. That's where we started out, right? It's the word or spoken word. Yeah, it's very simple. Look where we are now.
All of these people, I mean, you must have heard of all of these. Arthur Prior and Clarence Irving Lewis and
they said it earlier.
Saul Kripke, discovered contemporaneously with his rivals his theory of frame semantics, which revolutionized the formal technology available to modal logicians and gave a new graph theoretic way of looking at modality that has driven many applications in computational linguistics and computer science, such as dynamic logic.
Oh my God.
Isn't it good that they put maths into logic, right? Look at the possibilities.
Yes, and so many things we missed.
Yeah, that one little section there, paragraph, like how many revolutions happened in that one paragraph alone?
Mm-hmm.
If P, then
Like
Q.
within the last 100 years, that is.
Yeah.
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 Perfect system, flawless, up until 100 years ago. Really weird, right? Because, I mean, this dates back to, well, we can keep going on this, but, I mean, it's going to become pretty apparent, isn't it? What's going on here? People are fucking about with shit at a certain time. Not just logic, mathematics, obviously, and along with it, because these two are linked together, with the only thing that links them together is geometry.
Geometry. Yep.
Yeah. Logic, mathematics, geometry. All fucked about with to confuse people about reality.
Yes, and new invention of theoretical physics. So it is a contradiction in terms. This is oxymoron, of course, but they had to get rid of reality. That's why they invented this theoretical physics. So
You've
they
expanded the mind through logic. Logic was the perfect way to keep your mind on track. They're fucked about with that. You can get your mind anywhere, and then all theoretical shit applies, right?
Yeah. Fantasy. Like
Yeah.
you said it earlier, paper, right? Fantasy.
yes,
Not
you-
realism. Not realism. Fantasy land.
Yes, so formal logic blew up, and now material logic. It means concerning reality.
So it says here now, right? They flip it backwards and forwards, but this next bit is a bit apparent, right? The motivation for the study of logic in ancient times, right? Ancient times was clear, as we have described. It is so that we may learn to distinguish good from bad arguments and so become more effective in argument and oratory. And perhaps also to become a better person. I mean, that was all the ancient times. You don't want that in modern times. I mean, fuck that.
We
that
don't
doesn't-
need good person.
Yeah.
Still haven't mentioned truth yet, but
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's implied in there somewhere.
For becoming a better person.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't lie.
No.
Yeah. Not even to yourself. The motivation is still alive. This motivation to become a better person is still alive. Although it is no longer necessarily takes center stage in the picture of logic. Typically, dialectical or inductive logic, along with an investigation of informal fallacies, will form much of a course in critical thinking, a course now given at many universities. I'll say that again, right? This is deduction and reasoning. The entire section, just that little bit there, not much. The motivation for the study of logic in ancient times was clear. In ancient times, it was clear. Like modern times, I don't know. As we have described, it is that we may learn to distinguish good from bad arguments and so become more effective in argument and oratory, and perhaps also to become a better person. This motivation is still alive, although no longer necessarily takes center stage in the picture of logic. Typically, dialectical or inductive logic, the one that they weren't talking about in this article, right? Along with investigation of informal fallacies, will form much of a course in critical thinking, a course now given at many universities, right? So the course on critical thinking has more about inductive logic
And dialectical.
and dialectical.
And dialectic.
Yeah.
Yep.
Along with an investigation of informal fallacies. Just
Let
an
that sink
investigation.
in. Let that sink in to people. Anyone who's listening to this now or will listen to this in the future, this is truth. And it's taught at many universities. And the guys, I add, in the guise of critical thinking. This is not critical thinking. This is how to get an entire generation or multiple generations of university going students to become the bridge of asses, to become an ass on the bridge of asses. That's what this is.
Yep.
Yes, so typically dialectical or inductive logic, because dialectical logic and inductive logic, so to speak, gives you only a possibility. It doesn't give you certain knowledge, never. So that's why. This is always was treated in logic and in science as a weak proof for something weak, because it is only possible to be, not apodictive proof. So
And
they abandon certain logic for possibility, and they are trying to equalize this. If you have 19, they say 99.99% of something, it doesn't mean anything, because if you are not certain, you are always on the same page as 50-50, is or not is. So 90% gives you nothing. You are stuck in 50-50 position.
mhm.
But they say that this is almost true, but it isn't.
And then
Dialectical.
that's why there is no truth. How many times have we heard that?
There is no proof.
No proof and no truth. Yep.
Yeah, literally they've said that. And what
Yes.
paper just said, 99.999 recurring percent.
Mhm. Yep.
They've literally told us, yeah, that's good enough. We'll go with that.
Yep.
Yeah, it's exactly what you said earlier. This is how to make them that ass on the bridge.
Mhm.
Nothing more, nothing less.
Is it any wonder why? I mean, you don't have to take this out to everything that's happening in the world today and has been for quite a while now, maybe the last 100 years or so specifically. But I do. This is why we're here. This is why the world is the way it is.
Yeah, just trying to get people to have a thing. I mean, most of this sort of stuff isn't talked about, right? The idea that logic is just a way of thinking and processing your thoughts and structuring things in a way that's understandable for people to get along with. These are people that are taking it beyond the realms, right? They're getting this stuff and they're putting it in a little box and saying, you can't do this. Only these shadow giants can do this sort of stuff.
Yep. Right.
These are the guys that thought this. And it gets taught to the kids that are at the schools and, whoever. The students in their critical thinking courses doing inductive logic.
Exactly.
A
It's
brief
all too
smattering
complicated.
of wanting to make them a little bit of a better person.
Mm-hmm. Under the guise, yeah. Yep. Yeah. Oh, just to say, Omega Genesis. He gets it. He's in the YouTube chat. He says, "No reason to complicate things unless you're trying to sneak something in."
Yeah.
Amen to that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Keep it simple. Advanced simplicity. That's why we've stayed here at the beginning of everything for 2-3 years. You stick at the beginning, you find out you learn more. You have more proofs to base everything on. It is quite good. And the some of the stuff we've found recently, because when you apply this mathematical logic to the geometry of reality, you end up with pi being transcendental. Meaning you can't fuck about with it. This stuff that they're talking about, theoretical within mathematical logic, I mean, it's impossible. It's just a way to think about something. Let's see, the mathematical logic. So it goes on to the mathematical logic, which it said at the beginning was just inductive. Mathematical logic really refers to two distinct areas of research. There's the duality here again. The first is the application of the techniques of formal logic to mathematics and mathematical reasoning. And the second, in the other direction. Yeah, it did say that. The second, in the other direction, the application of mathematical techniques to the representation and analysis of formal logic.
In the other direction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. So it feeds back in on itself. Goes both ways.
Yeah. Like
And
this
okay,
this
maybe
next
too.
state, like the words that they use. The boldest attempt to apply logic to mathematics. It's like you stand back and go, oh, that's a bold attempt.
The boldest attempt
Yeah.
to apply logic to mathematics.
Yeah.
Right? Is that implicitly saying that you can't really do it?
I think so, yeah.
You can try it.
You can
you
boldly
can make a bold attempt.
The boldest attempt to apply logic to mathematics was undoubtedly the logicism pioneered by philosopher logicians such as Gottlieb Frege and Bertrand Russell, with his colleague Alfred North Whitehead. The idea was that contra Kant's assertion that mathematics is synthetic a priori, mathematical theories were logical tautologies and hence analytic, and the program was to show this by means to a reduction of mathematics to logic. The various attempts to carry this out met with a series of failures, from the crippling of Frege's project in his Gundersieg by Russell's paradox. So it was crippled by Russell's paradox. To the defeat of Hilbert's program by Gödel's incompleteness theorems. So they're the two things.
Hilbert, the same Hilbert from 1928, who all of the modern logic is founded upon today, mathematics and model theory and all of this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, to the defeat of that by Gödel's incompleteness theorems. Okay.
Yeah, and Frege's project by Russell's paradox. So those two things crippled all of these ideas of linking mathematics to logic.
Yeah, it's interesting how they've, at this point, what they've just said in this one, they haven't mentioned geometry even once.
No.
It's clever, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
The way they do it. And if you notice here, like, look at that Frege's program. Failures, series of failures to the defeat, crippling of Frege's project by Russell's paradox. Now, I don't know whether you know Russell's paradox, but it's a little bit like that multiple generality or whatever type thing.
Yeah.
It would be I put it as comparable, but we could probably find something behind it. It's not a fucking paradox, put it that way.
It's not. Well, Wittgenstein, one of our favorite guys, turns out, basically told Russell with his paradox, "You're full of shit." Is basically what happened. Yeah.
Right, and it says both the statement of Hilbert's program and its refutation by Gödel depended upon their work establishing the second area of mathematical logic. The application of mathematics to logic in the form of proof theory Despite the negative nature of the incompleteness theorems, Gödel's completeness theorem, a result in model theory and another application of mathematics to logic, can be understood as showing how close logicism came to being true.
99.9999 recurring percent.
Every rigorously defined mathematical theory can be exactly captured by a first-order logical theory. Frege's proof calculus is enough to describe the whole of mathematics, though not equivalent to it. Thus we see how complementary the two areas of mathematical logic have been.
It's all right, buddy. I got you. I'll back you up.
Yeah, logic and maths, sort of putting their arm around each other, right? Yeah.
Yep. Modern logic, modern math.
The link between the two is obvious, right? It's geometry.
Yeah, they kicked
But
it.
they're not mentioning it.
Exactly.
There's the
No, they're not.
paralogism, right? Don't mention geometry. We'll be reading. We can get away with it as long as we don't. Because if somebody goes, well, wait a minute. What about pi? Like logically. Since we're talking logically. Yeah.
No, it's not general enough.
It's brilliant.
Improved theory and model theory have been a foundation of mathematical logic. They've been but two of the four pillars of the subject. Set theory originated in the study of infinite by the study of the infinite by Georg.
Isn't that great?
Georg Cantor, isn't it? You've missed an E out. The study of the infinite. That's fantastic. We do that. We have a
And
go.
he ended in Knut's house,
Yeah.
like many, but he was first well-known mathematician who ended in Knut's house.
Yeah, the infinite. Trying to go to places that you can't get to. It's a.
Are you sure parallel lines don't meet at infinity?
Yeah, let's go there.
Yeah, let's go to infinity and check.
I'll study it. I'll make it my life's work. And it's been source of many of the most challenging and important issues in mathematical logic. Challenging and important issues. Well, challenging. Oh, we were Bridge of Asses were there. From Cantor's theorem through the status of the axiom of choice. That's
Again,
like a
axiom of
Joker
choice.
card, isn't it? The axiom of choice. You just throw it in there.
Yeah.
Don't forget about it. The free one. It's not the axiom of choice. It's the axiom you choose.
Yep.
And the question of the independence of the continuum hypothesis. Like genius. I wish I'd have come up with something like that. The question of the independence of the continuum hypothesis.
Continuum hypothesis, it would be a never-ending hypothesis.
Yeah.
I assume.
To the modern debate on large cardinal axioms.
What does that mean?
It's a modern debate. That's what we do.
Saragaki, just stay on the bridge
Yeah.
and try to figure it out. Just
Yeah, you
stay
can
there.
just-
Everything will be fine.
It's okay
one's
for
gonna-
everybody to just keep walking, right? Like you just go like, it's all right. We'll deal with that later. We'll carry on.
This bridge is infinite, so you will never pass on the other side, but you have to go through path you will never end. It's amazing.
And
Don't
along the
worry.
path, we have some pictures on the wall for you to look at. and some
Exactly,
snacks in
as
the
along
back.
your way. And don't worry, no one is going to shoot you and throw you over the side. Don't worry about a thing. It's all fine. This is so good.
Yeah, it looks circular from here. Are you sure you're not going to lead me round a circular bridge?
No! Never do that to you.
Recursion theory captures the idea of computation in logical and arithmetic terms. It's mostly classical achievements of the look at that word.
You guys, I can hear it. You guys just don't understand. You're
Alan
too
Turing.
stupid.
I mean, yeah, he was a genius.
Too stupid to understand this stuff. Rumpus is coming to mind at the moment.
George is on his way in.
Oh,
In
great.
a YouTube chat. Sorry, not in the voice chat.
Oh, okay.
And he's just gonna stay for 2 minutes to claim we're all the stupidest people on the
Well,
internet.
we are. It couldn't be that this is all set up for you to be the ass on the bridge that stays there. No.
Look at those stupid people going across the bridge and not coming back. This is where the fun is, guys, on the bridge.
On the bridge.
Right, here we go. Controversies in logic. Just as we have seen, there is disagreement over what logic is about. So there is disagreement about what logical truths there are.
Oh, that's why they didn't bring up truths earlier.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
First
now
mention of truths, I think. There, look, ooh,
yeah, I think so.
truths.
It used to be perfect, but then people started saying stupid shit, and we have to incorporate all the stupid shit.
Yeah.
Is that bivalence?
Yes.
Bivalence. And the law of the excluded middle. I've never heard it called bivalence. Is that
Yes,
similar? Is it the same sort of thing?
I believe so. Yeah,
The
I
logics
looked it up.
discussed above are all bivalent or two-valued.
Two values. Yes.
They are to be understood as dividing all propositions into just two groups, those that are true and those that are false.
To be or not to be.
Systems which reject bivalence are known as non-classical logics.
It's almost like non-Euclidean.
Yeah, just non.
Classical logic, yeah, not that.
Yeah.
And not that. Yeah, not that at all.
That's the one thing we can say. It's not that.
Yeah.
Not logic, but
Yeah.
they put this classical because it sounds better. Because without classical, it would sound as non-logic.
Non-logic.
But
Yes.
non-classical logic still logic.
Yeah,
But in the
just
middle
logic
term,
wasn't-
right?
Yeah, it wasn't general enough. You had to put classical to make it general enough, so you could say non-classical afterwards.
Put the middle term in, right? You've got to add a middle term, because if you don't, then it's just not logic, and we can't have that. Right. So the logic's discussed about. Systems which reject bivalence are known as non-classical logics. The law of the excluded middle, the law, states that every proposition is either true or false. There is no third or middle possibility. In addition, this holds that no statement can be both true and false at the same time and in the same manner.
So this is creating true dichotomy.
Yeah, true contradiction.
Yeah. Here we go again. Time frame. In the early 20th century, Jan Lukowitz investigated the extension of the traditional true false values to include a third value possible. So inventing ternary logic, the first multi-valued logic. So well done. He invented the first multi-valued logic by adding a middle term in. Possible. Genius.
That's the
Revolutionary.
explosion.
Yeah.
That's the Big Bang right there.
Yeah.
So this is when you replace deduction with induction, because in induction you have more than one possibility as an outcome. So that's why in mathematician logic they are replacing deduction with induction. So and they say, I read something like that inductive logic and deductive is somehow exchangeable. You can exchange between two of them. So this is funny, but it is related with this guy, that he puts third value. You can do that only in inductive logic, not in deductive.
And they've called it multi-valued logic, while we learned from Brenda that it's called paraconsistent logic.
Well, you got to blur the words and the lines of everything. It's they keep adding all of these different logics. I think when you read this, they keep asking, keep repeating different types of logic.
Yeah,
They want
giving
you
the
to
names,
get different types.
ascribing them to the Indians and the
Yeah.
Chinese, and yeah, there is just logic.
And by
Bottom line.
your logic now becomes a bit more, right? You can have your logic if these are separating all of the different types of logic and different people.
Yeah, because otherwise it's not general enough. It has to be general enough to include everyone, and all the stupid shit that gets said. All of it has to be included now. That's why you have to have multi-valued logic.
Multiculti.
Intuitionistic logic was proposed by L.E.J. Brower. It's got 3 fucking... as the correct logic for reasoning about mathematics. Why? Based upon his rejection of the law of the excluded middle as part of his intuitionism. So he just said that. That's the correct one. Which one? My one. Why? Well, I got rid of the excluded middle, didn't I?
got rid of this
You can
law.
do whatever you fucking want with it now. Look at that.
My intuition says is telling me that the excluded middle is ugly.
It makes it so restrictive. We've got maths here. We want to be able to do some funky shit. We can't. It's like, well, let's just get rid of that. You can't get rid of the law of identity, can you?
This is too apodictive and too oppressive.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
object.
too oppressive. Exactly.
Yeah, you can't get rid of the law of identity. You can't have one not being one.
Sure you can.
So that one won't work. You need to do something with the middle. On and off switch. Something in the middle. I mean, it's only the foundations of logic, isn't it? That allows you to say a statement can only either be true or false. That's it. If it's not either true or false, then it's not a statement. Stop wanting the statement to be true, false, and something else. A statement is only a statement if it's true or false. Oh, well, that doesn't allow us to be something else. Yeah, but that's what makes it a statement. That won't work for maths.
Almost straight is not straight.
Yeah. Yeah, in maths you can have it. If we change the logic, then we can do that. That's what it's all about, right? All of this stuff that they are talking about here is logic and maths, and they're completely forgetting the middle, which is the geometry, is the link between the two.
Mm-hmm.
That straight line needs to be a straight line and not just, well, maybe parallel. Well, nearly parallel.
Almost parallel.
Yeah, almost.
They'll meet at infinity. At infinity, I'm sure that's what happens.
Well, you can't prove they do not meet at infinity, Kevin.
Exactly, because I can't go there. Well, speaking of that, I'm just catching up on some of the YouTube chat. Hows and Wise says Georg Cantor believed he was God's messenger and was eventually driven insane trying to prove his theories on infinity.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, I mean, write it down in a book. Put him as one of the shadow giants. It's well worth it. He drives himself mad trying to do it.
Yeah, that means he's a good shadow giant.
Exactly. Well, we see that every day, don't we? Drive yourself mad.
Yeah, that's what Bev keeps saying. It's kind of dangerous for the model afflicted to come here, right?
Yeah, well, L.E.J. Brower said, it's the correct logic for reasoning about mathematics. That one that's not actual logic, right? He's fucked about with it.
And he's definitely older than us, right?
And then it gets to this bit, right? Intuitionistic logic has come to be of great interest to computer scientists, as it is a constructive logic, and hence a logic of what computers can do. Construct stuff.
Ooh, constructive logic.
Now, here's something I want people to think about. It's a little scary topic, possibly, but these are the things that people are putting into AI.
Mm-hmm.
This type of law of excluded middle, intuitionistic logic, these kinds of things. That's what they're putting into AI.
But they have no basis, because still all computers are running or 0-1 logic system. So I don't know how they want to put that third option into that, because
well, we'll get there.
Yeah,
it's coming.
It's coming.
It's what it's all about. This is why they turned logic into computers, and that's why a lot of people think logic is computer logic, because they're muddying the waters with logic. Modal logic is not truth conditional, and so it has been often proposed as a non-classical logic. However, modal logic is normally formalized with the principle of the excluded middle, and his relational semantics is bivalent. So this inclusion is disputable. On the other hand, modal logic can be used to encode non-classical logics, such as intuitionistic logic. Right? So they're trying to blur the lines between one type of logic and another type of logic with the excluded middle and...
Yeah, both of those two types of logic being non-logic.
Yeah. Logic such as fuzzy logic have since been devised with an infinite number of degrees of truth. That is computer logic, represented by a real number between 0 and 1.
Mm-hmm. That's my point earlier, right?
Yep.
It's incredible.
Yeah. Bayesian probability can be interpreted as a system of logic where probability is the subjective truth value.
Boom, boom, boom.
Probability is the subjective truth value. Listen to it.
That's insane.
But this is not even true, because subjective means that some subject has some subjective truth, but computer is now subject of truth.
Infinite number of degrees of truth, right?
Yes. This is why there are some people that are very concerned about what is going into computer logic and AI these days. Because if it's not either a 0 or a 1, and it can be an infinite number of degrees of truth between 0 and 1, you quote unquote do the math. You figure that out, what's going to happen there.
You end up with that other guy, wouldn't you, in the nut house?
Yeah.
But what does a computer do with that? Right? What is it? I don't want to get into it, this kind of stuff, but just stuff to think about. What is a computer brain eventually, if you get there? AI, artificial intelligence. What does a computer brain do with that? If it drives a human brain mad, just saying. This is why this type of stuff is scary for a lot of people.
But I think this is impossible because computers are running binary code. So binary code, it means 0, 1 bits or whatever. So it is still binary. It means dichotomy, 0, 1 logic always, because otherwise it wouldn't work. So I don't know how they can overcome this.
Yeah, you have to start studying some of the AI and what they're doing or trying to do. It's fascinating stuff. It's too much to get into. It's sort of off the path of Trivium, but
yeah, but onto the road of these complicated problems, paradoxes, and fallacies, right?
Yep.
Implication, strict or material, it says now. After they've just said about fuzzy logics and multiple truths. Says it is easy to observe that the notion of implication formalized in classical logic does not comfortably translate into natural logic by means of if, then, as if there's a problem with that, due to a number of problems called the paradoxes of material implication. Whoa, let's have some of that, right? Material implication holds that if any statement, in any statement of the form if P then Q, the entire statement is false only if P, known as the antecedent, is true and Q, the consequent, is false. This means that if P is false or Q is true, then the statement if P then Q is necessarily true. The paradoxes of material implication arise from this.
This is Dodo.
This is genius. What they're going to try and do here, right?
Or
if you can't see the problem in this, then there's something wrong, right?
they said if P is false or Q is true. That sums it up right there.
Yeah.
If P is false, then no Q. If Q is true, then P is true. That's not mutually exclusive here. It has to follow in the statement. If P, then Q. Can't be any other way unless you've malformed your own statement in which it's not true in the first place.
Yes, they are trying to reverse argument, but this is not possible.
It's ridiculous.
Listen to this. One class of paradoxes, this is a paradox, ready? It's coming up, this is genius, includes those that involve counterfactuals, such as, if the moon is made of green cheese, then 2 + 2 = 5.
Wow.
Wow. If that's not, ballers do not fucking, I hope none of the ballers are going to come up with arguments like this, because they're killers. It says a statement that is true by material implication, since the antecedent is false.
Wait, what? Come again. Read that. Read that
Yeah.
one again.
Yeah, all right, okay. One class of paradoxes includes those that involve counterfactuals, such as if the moon is made of green cheese, then 2 plus 2 equals 5. A statement that is true by material implication, since the antecedent is false.
So,
How?
because the moon is not made of green cheese,
Yeah.
therefore 2
Yeah.
plus 2
No,
equals 5.
it's 2 plus 2 equals 5 is false. So therefore, the moon is not made of green cheese. So we can definitely count out the moon being made of green cheese because 2 plus 2 does not equal 5.
This is non sequitur fallacy.
It just doesn't
Yeah.
make any fucking sense why they even wrote it.
What kind of an example is this?
Right? But there
This
we
is
go.
not-
But many people find this to be puzzling or even false because natural language does not support this principle of explosion.
That we went over that the first day, right? Yeah, you can
Mind
say
your
whatever
P's
you
and
want.
Q's.
But yeah, but
right?
it doesn't make it
He's
true.
not fucking minded his P's and Q's at all.
Not even a little bit.
And then they're trying to do this, like eliminating these classes of paradox led to David Lewis's formulation of strict implication and more radically revisionistic logic such as relevance logic and diletheism.
There you go.
Yeah.
Right? So I can make a fucking stupid statement, and because of that, we'll wreck logic and say, well, we need diletheism, don't we, to sort that problem out?
Yep.
Yeah, because it has to be general enough to include everybody's bullshit statements.
Yep. Exactly.
Natural language does not support the principle of explosion. But natural language. I bet
Instead of-
Aristotle
It's not
would be
logic,
fucking
though.
turning. Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah. Of course. And
Because natural language is logical. So it cannot support.
Yeah. Natural
Aristotle, if
language.
Aristotle were alive today, what he would say is, why aren't you throwing the guy that's saying if the moon is made of green cheese into the freaking nut house?
Yeah.
Why are you even entertaining what the guy is saying? Why? Because you're not dealing in reality, right? It goes back to what paper says. It's complete fantasy. Your desire to look beyond your known world causes you to say stupid shit.
He's
what-
concluded that 2 and 2 is 5 because the moon is not green cheese. Number 1.
Yeah, right, correct.
What? And then, like Bevis highlighted here, natural language does not support the principal explosion. I'm pretty sure he defined natural language as just things like English and Japanese and stuff in the beginning. Well, you're using the natural language to try and express something, but grammar, logic, rhetoric, you can easily malform this whole natural language to not make any sense. You can do that. Right? You can lie if you want to.
That's yep.
Yeah. Doesn't
going.
make your lie true. That's the point, right?
That's why we spent so much time in all those arguments around, can you predicate something that's not true? Can you do? Yes, you can do that. Technically, grammar allows you to do that. But this is the consequence of that.
Yeah. You ended up we ended up getting on about a dodo and how if a dodo isn't real, then a dodo is real. Something
Yes.
like that is what he concluded. Can you believe
Yes.
it?
Yes.
It's because of this.
Principle of
Exactly.
explosion, right?
Yeah.
He's just unaware of how to control it. As soon as you explode that logic, you've got to be careful, otherwise people are going to go, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Eliminating these classes of paradox led to Davis Lewis and diletheism.
Acceptable paradox, yeah.
Revisionist logics,
Mm-hmm.
relevant logic, and diletheism.
Axiom of choice.
Could you say, like, you know, if the moon is made of green cheese, just replace that and say, if the Earth is a globe, then 2 + 2 = 5. Oop.
Yes.
Oh, hey, look. Oh, you best make some logic to fix that. You're stuck, guys. I'm sorry. We've said it. It's a statement, and 2 + 2 isn't 5, so therefore, it's not a globe. Sorry. Let's end it. Let's go home.
or in preview, maybe for tomorrow, if the Earth is a globe, then circles and straight lines don't exist in reality.
Yeah. There's
Right?
no horizontals. Horizontals
There's no
don't
horizontals.
exist. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's a second class of is
Fantastic.
that a paradox? Is it anybody going to have that as being a paradox? Right. One
that's just
class
a
of
ridiculous
paradoxes involve counterfactuals. Right. If the Earth is made of green cheese, then 2 + 2 = 5. I mean, anyone having that as a paradox at all?
Yeah, no.
Like what? That's like, no wonder people have got a really bad understanding of what a paradox is. Right, so the second class of paradoxes are those that involve redundant premises, falsely suggesting that we know the consequent because of the antecedent. Thus, if that a man gets elected, Granny will die.
You're so morbid. I'm sorry. What?
Like, what's up with them? Right, well, how is that a paradox? What? What have they got wrong with them? For
It's a
God's
complete non
sake.
sequitur.
Yeah.
Totally ridiculous.
It's a second class of paradoxes are those that involve redundant premises, falsely suggesting that we know the consequent because of the antecedent. Thus, if a man gets elected, Granny will die, is materially true if Granny happens to be in the last stages of a terminal illness, regardless of the man's election prospects. Such sentences,
that makes it false.
yeah, such sentences
literally.
violate the Grecian maxim of relevance and can be modelled by logics that reject the principle of monotonicity of entailment, such as relevance logic.
And there
Like,
it is again.
You just fucking say, that's stupid. Like, simply
Yeah.
done, right? That's not a paradox. You don't need to make up do a fucking citation or a PhD and a fucking to work that out. Fuck's sake.
So this is misplacing causation with coincidence. So some facts can be coincidental, but it doesn't mean that there is causation here. So in this regard, it is non sequitur, of course.
In this very specific example also, if this man does not get elected, it's gonna be the same outcome in this case also.
Of course.
If they're
course.
going to kill grandma anyway. I can't believe how morbid they have to be to make points.
It's always
and then they're
death.
so
Isn't it?
bad.
Always death.
Yeah, why is that?
I don't know. A lot of people do
Play
it.
on the emotions, right?
Yeah.
Play on the emotions.
Now see this bit here, look. Tolerating
Yeah, accept it.
the impossible. Acceptable paradoxes. Acceptable contradictions. We've been talking about it for ages. Thanks, Brenda. And this, again, closely related to questions arising from the paradoxes of implication, comes the radical suggestion that logic ought to tolerate inconsistency.
Sure.
Yeah, that's very radical.
Ought to.
Mhm.
It ought to. Shouldn't it? Shouldn't it ought to? Why?
it doesn't,
Well, we
though.
have to accept the general of everyone, right? It's got to be acceptable.
It is the point when logic meets ethics.
Yeah.
So it would be not ethical to not tolerate
Yeah.
inconsistency.
Yeah. Again, relevance logic and diletheism are the most important approaches here.
Dialetheism is good.
Yeah. Relevance logic and diletheism. Well, it's got to be relevant. That's not relevant logic. Again, relevance logic and diletheism are the most important approaches here, though the concerns are different. The concerns. Obviously the concerns, because they've had to make up new fucking logics. Fucking explode the old shit. Yeah. It's pretty obvious they're concerned. Fuck's sake. What they've done. And let's look at the times as well. I mean, right, fucking hell. The key issue is that... Oh, go on.
And even some people can object. Not only have concerns, but can object, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Or not.
Well, you can object to paradoxes not being acceptable. And make a new logic. You can't fucking object to the new logic that they've just fucking made up. That'd be wrong. That'd be not acceptable,
right?
But new logic should accept my objection. So.
No.
Yeah, of course they will. They'll just make up something new, a classification to put you in.
Yep.
The key issue is that classical logic and some of its rivals, fucking hell, such as intuistic logic is that they respect the principle of explosion. I respect it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't just fucking smash it to bits. Like, boom, go, fucking like that. Fucking fuse. Let's go, let's have it. Right, look, it says, such as intuition is that they respect the principle of explosion. Which means, this is what explosive logic means, right? The principle of explosion. Which means that the logic collapses if it is capable of deriving a contradiction. You spot a contradiction, that contradiction has to be back. It's a fallacy. You've made a mistake. If you accept that contradiction, boom.
Not if you can hold two truths at once.
Exactly.
And have dialetheism.
Don't be ridiculous, Kevin.
I know, right?
Graham Priest, who obviously, maybe, Betty, I don't know. 2004.
That's new.
Yeah, it's very new, right? Graham Priest, the proponent of dialetheism, has argued for paraconsistency on the striking grounds that there are, in fact, true contradictions. Show me one.
No examples.
Show me one.
Bam.
Just one.
Bam.
Yeah, I agree. Show me one.
Yeah. Fucking stupid. 2004, though, right? 18 years ago.
That's not long ago at all.
Mm-hmm. Dialetheism. The proponent of dialetheism.
Oh, there's definitely at least two.
The paraconsistency. Argued for paraconsistency. Thank you, Brenda. You brought that round here. That was what led the start, right? From Brenda saying paraconsistency, we found dialetheism.
Yep.
That explained how people can do this. Acceptable contradictions. Acceptable paradoxes. I say they don't exist. There is no paradoxes. There is no contradictions in reality. They do not exist.
Definitely not. Reality is what reality is. Done deal.
Yep.
Law of identity.
That's why reality has to lose with the model in modern logic and mathematics.
When you guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're in.
So, when you refer to reality, are you specifically referring to the physical one?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, within logic, you can only predicate upon the physical, can't you? You have to be able to point it and say this.
Do paradoxes exist in reality, in the physical reality?
No.
That's a good question.
No,
yeah.
because they cannot exist. For example, that something cannot be white and black at the same time, in the same manner, and in the same category. So this is contradiction. It cannot be both.
So, logic's built upon a statement, and that statement has to be either be true or false. There's laws of logic, isn't there?
Yeah, but so is it fair to say that the paradoxes could be in our interpretation of the reality?
Yes, this is false interpretation. This is paradox.
That's why we say it's a false interpretation, or it's a okay.
Yes, false statement about something. So to point out paradox, it is to reveal paradox, not to understand paradox, because you cannot understand paradox. So you can only reveal or point out where the mistake is in paradox.
The law of contradiction, yeah.
Yeah, because a paradox is a contradiction. Contradiction is illogical to hold as a truth because it's a contradiction. So it's like Paper said, you can't understand it because you can only understand logic. You can't understand illogic. Doesn't follow. It's a contradiction, paradox, and it cannot exist in reality.
Right, well, on the last bit, this has been a fucking... Didn't really mean to go all the way along here. Can I just get this finished, right? Because it's sort of relevant to the bit that you're talking about. It says...
But did you... have you spoken about logical fallacies, or...
No. We're waiting.
No, we had to go through this first. This has been brilliant.
Yeah,
Bev. Before we get to fallacies or anything else, because it's and we'll conclude it and finish up on the bridge of asses here in a minute. But this has been great.
Yeah. It says, is logic empirical? What is the epistemological status of the laws of logic? What sort of arguments are appropriate for criticizing purported principles of logic? In an influential paper entitled Is Logic Empirical? It's an influential paper, right? I don't know who was influenced by it. Nobody here at all. Hillary Putnam, who nobody's ever even heard of, building on a suggestion of WVO Quinine? No, never heard of him either. It's in blue though, so we might be able to look at him. Argued that in general, the facts of propositional logic have a similar epistemological status as facts about the physical universe. Okay, we made a link, logic and the physical universe. For example, as the laws of mechanics or general relativity, and in particular, that what physicists have learned about quantum mechanics provides a compelling case for abandoning certain familiar principles of classical logic.
Wow, that is crazy.
Yep.
So this is quantum mechanics, which is not mechanics because this is not physical, and
General relativity,
the general relativity, which is not physical,
which is based
anyway.
upon based upon one of these little flirt about things within logic that they did earlier on to allow the facts of geometry to build upon that sort of stuff. I mean, we can go over all of that sort of stuff. Yeah.
Yes, but this author of this text is including into physics, which is not physics.
Here we go.
Quantum mechanics is not physics, and general relativity is not physics also.
Well,
yeah, there's more than that also. Yeah, it's a equivocation fallacy for sure. But then also this quantum mechanics, it's not built on classical logic. It's ridiculous, let's just say. And then because you have learned some ridiculous shit by exploring some ridiculous notion of logic, you're going to just throw actual logic out the window.
Yeah.
So basically, there's people they tell us that logic cannot be trusted.
Yes, because, for example, in quantum mechanics is based on probability. So classical logic is out because in classical logic, like Aristotle's logic, there is true or false. But in quantum mechanics, there is probability. There is no place for 0-1 logic, true or false, because we have infinite number of probable situations between 0 and 1.
Superposition.
Yes.
Yeah. It says here, if we want to be realists about the physical phenomena described by quantum theory, clever fucking use of words. If we want to be realists about the physical phenomena described by quantum theory, then we should abandon the principle of distributivity, substituting for classical logic the quantum logic proposed by Garrett Birkhoff and John von Neumann. Should we?
Hello?
On what grounds?
See, by reading this text, right? By hearing you by reading, right? It makes you even question the classical logic. And I would like to formulate the following question: is logic trustable?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even
where
want to
you
call
gain
it
the
classical
truth.
logic.
No,
Real
but
logic is. So
Huh?
here's this is the thing, skeptical, right? So this is, I don't know how much of the show you've listened to, if you've got all of it, but here's the thing.
No.
This is what we have said, right? Is the idea of logic is Aristotle's logic anyway, right? Logic in the way it is, the way it should be, is simple, right? It's the idea, we've talked about this before, the idea about we're saying this cup is, and you describe it, right? Because you're looking at something in reality. It's quite simple.
If I put my hand in the fire, I will get burned.
Correct. It's very simple, right? Logic is very simple. But going through this article, we've seen how they have sliced it and diced it and morphed it and changed it to a point where it's completely unrecognizable. But then they kind of say, well, Aristotle's logic is still valid. I mean, it's valid from a historical perspective, but we've got all these new things and they're so fantastic and allows us to do so many fantastic things and all this kind of, I mean, so yeah, you're right. I mean, just looking at it, you go, I give up. This is the whole idea about the bridge of asses. The bridge of asses is you're a donkey on a bridge that is now paralyzed. You can't get across the bridge. No matter what you do, you can't get across that bridge. That is the bridge of asses. It is a stumbling block which you cannot get past. That is what people, I would say, That is what the authors of this article and many people in general are exactly trying to get you to do. That's exactly what they want you to do, is leave behind Aristotle's logic, which takes you on a journey easy enough to get through, over the bridge, entertain the bridge, over the bridge, past the bridge, because it's all very simple. It's all dealing with reality. Reality is something that's known. I can go out, measure it, I can do things, I can say things about it, but they don't want you taking that journey. They want you stuck on that bridge of asses. And this is the way to do that.
Aporia, right?
Yep.
They're selling
state of confusion.
aporia. Somebody asked you, why you stood there? What are you talking about? You know, like, let's go on. What are you talking about, this quantum stuff that you've given up all of that logic for? Tell us what it's about. They haven't got a clue. There's a couple of guys, Gary Burkhoff and John von Neumann, wrote a paper saying we should just abandon that other stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, really? What else did they say? Well,
yes, but they also creating false dichotomy in this sentence. If we want to be realists about the physical phenomena described by quantum theory, but quantum theory is not realistic.
Yeah,
exactly.
Quantum theory is based on probability. So this is not realistic. So in this statement is contradiction, simple contradiction. And then if we have set up this false dichotomy, then we should abandon the principle of distributivity. So they are creating false problem and they are trying to resolve it by abandoning principle of distributivity, whatever shit it is.
Yeah, so you're right to feel the way you feel, skeptical, but that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get you not to entertain classical logic or Aristotelian logic, whatever you want to say, because it's based in realism. It's based on something real. Remember, I mentioned this before. We went through all the species and the individual and the genera, and that's how you define things. You define things in that manner, right? And then you can say things about those things, and those things have truth values, and you set up your logic and propositions that way. It's all very simple. It makes perfect sense until you get to this bridge. This article is the bridge of asses.
I was going to say that this is the bridge of asses, this article itself.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you got
it's a challenging proposition for the new person, right? The new person washing over this without any sort of critical thought. What were they meant to think? Can they get past it?
No. You're doomed.
Mm-hmm.
And the goal is to get rid of the fact that it's either, like a statement is either true or false.
Yep.
There is no in between. That's what this whole article is about, is to abandon that idea, that fact of reality, that it either is or it isn't, right? One or the other. And you being, asking the questions you're asking goes to show that this article works for its purpose, which is to leave you on that bridge. Because once they've taken away Aristotle, it's either true or false, then you can never conclude again anything whatsoever. The only thing you can do at that point is look to authority for answers.
I was just going to say that. The shadow giants, right, Saragaki? That's what you're left with. The shadow giants.
That's what the names are. That's why they keep name dropping.
Yes. I can't understand it. This is way too complex for me. I'm just some schmo trying to get along in the world, doing my thing, my little piece of it. I can't possibly understand this stuff. What do the shadow giants say? What's the received opinion? Let's bring Bebby in to talk to us. He can shed some light on this for us and take us through this journey so we don't stay on the bridge of asses while we stay on the bridge of asses. It's freaking brilliant.
Show and tell day on the bridge of asses.
Exactly. Exactly.
Right. Well, I've turned that off now. Right. I mean, that was good. I like the idea of that. And again, thanks, Busted. I mean, because that was one hell of a ride. I mean, I'm pretty sure that the troll and the bridge thing hasn't been resolved yet. There's still something niggling. But it has been a really good way, especially we were talking with Buster and I said, I'm pretty sure that Saragaki had something to do with trolls over there. And there's more than just the people that we talk to, the text chat trolls. More than that, the troll is there to stop you from getting where you want to go. An obstruction on your path, on your journey.
Yeah, it is. It's the guardian of the bridge. That's
Mhm.
what the troll is, or the gatekeeper, rather,
Yeah.
of the bridge. It's there to stop you from crossing the bridge. That's what the troll is there for. And I'm not sure everybody's heard it, but there is the story, right, about the three goats. They have to pass this bridge, but it's of course gate kept by this troll. The first is a tiny little, skinny one, has to cross the bridge to eat. And, it's the inexperienced person in the analogy of the bridge of asses, right? Says to the troll, you have to let me pass. There's a much bigger and fatter person coming by, like fatter goat coming behind me. You'll be much better fed if you eat the next one. And so the troll does, waits for the next one, and it is bigger, it is fatter. But that one says the same thing, just next one is going to be even bigger, even fatter, And the last one is, full-grown ram with horns. It's no problem for the ram. The obvious choice is just to, headbutt the troll. Troll wasn't much of a problem in the first place. It's the experienced one coming at the end, knows how to deal with this problem, the bridge of asses. It's not a problem for the last one because it's an experienced student. It's interesting. And these trolls, yeah, if they are exposed to sunlight, literally they turn to stone, and that's also been put in movies. And it's this. The troll turns to stone and exposed to sunlight, that just as the text chat trolls turn to nothing when they're exposed to the truth.
I think when you expose them to their paralogisms, right?
Or rather, when you understand the truth, their paralogism, then the troll isn't gonna face you anymore.
Yeah. They go away.
Mm-hmm.
And also, as well, there's another thing to be aware of is if that troll is already behind you, then if you're the one that's turning round and talking to the troll when you've already passed the bridge, then you will be the fool.
Yep. Yeah, I know. I keep doing it a lot in the text chat, trying to throw a rope down there. Like, come on, Starkadder, climb up this rope. We got you, bro. But no, they don't want to touch the rope.
There's still a learning lesson there, though, because I'm with you, right? There is this one way or the other. Do you engage? Are you learning from it? And how long do you do that for? It's all very
Yeah, and in this case, it also has to do with, do you spot it's a troll, and how soon do you do it, right? Because they could be an honest person, but you're questioning, putting that person through the Elenkas, or the other way around even, it's gonna, what's it called? Flush out the troll sooner or later.
Yeah, it's been a good night tonight. And especially since we have the bridge of the model afflicted, with it's already there. The challenging problem for people. Some may not recognize as a model, may not recognize as a problem. If you don't have a model, you may not even see it as a problem. And I'm with you as well, Saragaki. I want Starkadder to go over it because I'm pretty sure he can. Should be
I'm
able
pretty
to.
sure he can.
Yeah.
Like, especially about this specific thing that I've been talking to him about. He definitely knows. For sure. 100% the way he talks, he definitely knows the way across the bridge easily, I would say.
Yeah. A disassociation, though, right? I'm still unaware of how the diletheism affects a geometric proof. Still want to talk to somebody who is a full-on diletheist with an understanding of geometry, but yet a misunderstanding of geometry. It's sort of a diletheist view of geometry. That'd be interesting.
That would be very interesting.
We're still looking for it, right? Because we need, obviously, the people that should be supporting the model have gone. The ones that we would like to talk about with the geometric view of this. They've gone missing. I don't think there's many people that can actually deal with this view. I think there's only Stark Odder and anyone else? Can you think of anyone? Who is the head honcho of the top globe geometer? Does anyone know?
No.
Who their top man is?
I can only think of Stark Otter in this arena.
The one that attempts to try and
Yeah.
come across as the front man.
Mm-hmm.
Stark Odder, putting a shout out for you. You seem to be the head honcho for the globe geometers. Can we, if not you, Stark Odder, anybody else? No, put an offer out. Any of us would like to have a chat with the any one of the top 10 globe geometers, just for a simple discussion about a geometric proof that we've got and the way to perform that in reality. We're calling it Realizing Euclid. Anybody wants to come and have a chat about it? They can.
Yeah, please. Stark Odder is doing everything he can not to come and talk to us.
Yeah.
But he knows.
Yeah, he's put out his manifesto and he's done. He's got his little geometric manifesto.
Yeah, any globe merit to them where you can actually tell that they understand geometry. That would be very interesting. Just the idea of how can you be a dialetheist involving geometry into it. I don't see how that's possible. So I would think that'd be very interesting to have that conversation.
Yeah, I think we heard of that Matthew Weathers, was it? I think somebody said he might be a mathematician. That might be a good one to have a word with. See if we can get him a chat with him about a geometric proof in reality. There's some good times. If anybody wants to come and have a chat, and I mean anyone, any one of you guys in the YouTube chat, you want to come, and it doesn't have to be while we're live. Just come in, we'll work through it. I need to start practicing a presentation that me and my lads are going to be working on, involving this very thing. The Bridge of Asses is just a build up to it. In fact, for what we've been doing for the last 2 or 3 years has been a build up to this, what we're doing now. All of that stuff was just practice.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do the setup and the recording of everything and do like a complete video presentation, because you can't do it in the company of some people who are gonna interrupt you at every point.
Yep. Well, that's what I want to do. I want to try and do it as a live presentation. It's like do it live. practice it. I need to practice it, really. I need to practice the presentation to be able to get it nailed down, to find all of the stumbling blocks.
It's again, like I've heard the conversation get started in the voice chat, not in the text, of course. I've heard it get started, but then the person just falls off right at the beginning. Falls off the bridge right at the beginning. Yeah, and that's where the conversation ends every time. It's tricky. Well, it doesn't end, but it just keeps going in circle around that very point of where the person fell off the bridge.
Yeah, it's interesting, and I don't, like I was saying to everybody, I'm not surprised that they're not coming. I mean, they quite rightly came on Friday for Free for All Fridays, and again they came Model Affliction Monday. Well, this is the Trivium and Logic, and as far as I know, ever since we started Logic Night, I'm not aware of anyone coming in to have a discussion when we are talking about Logic. Logic seems to be the great equalizer, or the one that just gets rid of trolls. It's troll-free zone whenever we talk about Logic.
Yeah, that part's been really great, actually.
That was the change that happened when we realized that you don't need to ban trolls. Start talking logically. Putting them through the process of Valenkas.
You can exercise your skill in logic, exercising with trolls as opponents.
Yeah. And like we say, we aren't going into the fallacies yet, but I mean, there are so many fallacies because there are so many different ways to obfuscate.
Yeah, there are, but when we do get into it, it'll be interesting because in Aristotle, there's only 13.
Yeah, the general forms, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then after
Formal.
that, we will be able to go into specific arguments and look at them as a group of people to see whether we can spot fallacies within those, and which of the, they say 13 different forms of fallacy. Different ways than different ways to use those, be the inventiveness of what we I'm guessing what we do naturally, which I'm hoping everybody should do. It will end the old conversation though, so be aware. Most of the old arguments will be full of fallacies and turn out to be non-arguments with no purpose.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but yeah.
Yeah, well, we're on the journey, so.
Yeah. Forwards.
Yeah. Who was it who sang that? You can't go back and you can't stand still. If the thunder don't get you, then the lightning will. Yeah, the Grateful Dead.
There you go.
Well,
Truth
if
in the
they
Grateful
said it, if they said it then.
No,
Yeah.
ever forward, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff. I got to run.
Okay.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Bev.
Kevin.
Yeah.
Want to end in a song?
Oh, we got a live.
Dang, I ain't going anywhere.
Oh, yeah. Right, well.
Is this it?
Are you ready to go? Can we just do the... tomorrow is Euclid night, Thursday. It will be going over the Bridge of Asses. But the old Bridge of Asses, Euclid, and the new Bridge of Asses. So look forward to that tomorrow. Euclid, all geometry, but geometry tied into what we've done tonight, the logical geometry.
Yeah, and I will say, I'll add in if if anybody like skeptical or anyone else has questions about what we went through a lot of stuff today. If there's questions, if you have concerns, comments, you don't understand something, I'll be around tomorrow. I'll be listening in. I'm writing a bunch of contracts, so it's boring as F. So if you want to come on in to VC tomorrow, US time, and I'll be around. Bev will be around to answer questions. Saragaki's always dealing with the trolls in the live chat, so come on in.
Are you ready, Buster?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, we'll be ending it after this.
Okay.
I see the writing on the wall, it's plain. The ramblings of these madmen going insane. And now I see it clear. They're running and they're hiding cause of fear. If I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never communicate with logical will, if I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never receive the Logos who will. Transcendental numbers and conceptual maths will take you on a journey on a Penrose path. And you'll never see it clear. The path that you're on only ends in tears. If I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never communicate with logic who will, if I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never receive the Logos who will. Cast away the shadows and step into light, taking down giants and open inside. Now I see it clear. The bridge that you're under is because of a sphere. If I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never, who will? If I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never receive the Logos who will. I'm taking back everything that was lost. I'll take it back at any cost. I'm taking back everything that was lost. I'll take it back at any cost. If I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never communicate with logic who will. If I don't sing, if If I don't speak out, if I never receive the Logos, who will?